So good morning, everybody. Once again to y'all today.
Good morning.
So good morning. I have this from the internet. So good morning, in your language. And so today so before I start, I was just going to give an introduction of myself. My name is Heng Li. I'm known as Heng Li. My family name is Kwang. So for us Chinese, we say Kwang Heng Li. On this part, this is maybe very different. First of all, it's just like to say that I was trained in New Zealand, in Auckland, and actually worked in there for 5 years. I was training and studying at the same time in the University of Auckland. And I came, the side here, I trained in the department, and I came back to Singapore. I have to work for the Inland Revenue Authority of Singapore. In short, it's IRAS. That's where I do the property tax assessments for the country on various parts of Singapore. Then I'm actually director of Valuation Concepts and Property Consultants Private Limited. And also, I'm a lecturer for the National University of Singapore. So you can say that I hold 2 jobs. I do part-time, I do 2 days with Primas Valuers and also teach valuation with the National University of Singapore. And I'm also the chairperson for the Valuation Committee in the Singapore Institute of Surveyors and Valuers. So recently we published the standards for valuation practice on a general basis for general guidelines and also for the local practices that we need to know is for Singapore context. And also I'm the second vice chairman for the Singapore SISB Valuation General Practice Council. VGP stands for Valuation General Practice Council. So today's program, I have put up this program, but we will be flexible in case you have more questions, more area they want to ask, or we spend more time. So I put a tentative program here for us, but we'll cover 4 sessions today. So session 1, we'll look at the meaning of real estate. After that, we need a break, right? For 15 minutes. Then followed by I'll do the general valuation concepts. What do we mean by the concepts that we look at in valuation? For some of you, maybe this is a revision. For some of you, maybe new things. Maybe coming the first time because Cambodia estate, Cambodia valuers and estate agents, right? Yeah, I believe you open this workshop to everybody. Then the third one, look at principles and purpose of valuation. Every session, I want you to pay attention is because after every session, I will give you quizzes, okay? So that you don't just switch off and then you walk away and come back again on this one. So you pay attention. My SIC Secretariat, Teresa, she will download the PDF copy of the slides for the session that we're going to talk about. So after that, I will have enough time for Q&A in case you have more questions. And then we have a lunch break so that you can get a lunch or you need to attend to some emails on this thing because we're all busy people, working people. Then the last, the session today is a market value basis of valuation and other basis of valuation. Q&A, again, we have a post session, then you can ask questions on this one. Okay, we will continue. So for Friday, that is where it's very heavy. For Friday, you notice I put that approaches and methods of valuation here. In this case, I actually want to look at the details of the primary methods of valuation. So we're going to direct comparison method because the income capitalization method and then cost method. They are the main primary methods for valuation for introduction on this. And then After that, we have valuation process. What do you think you look for when you do property inspection, your investigation and referencing of the property that you do value, and then we look at valuation report. Lastly, we look at the professional ethics. That is very important, right? For us, when in this profession, what's professional ethics? What are core competencies that we look at it? So this is the 10 modules. You know, I want to share with you is that I teach what I actually presented to you all for the undergraduates, and they consider as one module for their course. So, you know, in 2 days, you cover the gist of the modules that we do in the university. Okay, let's look at today, session 1, what we can cover. We look at meaning of real estate. So I put out also what is real estate? What is real estate to us? Today's course is about introduction to real estate. So my focus is on real estate. Then we look at importance of real estate. And we look at the types of real estate. Here, I welcome contribution is because you know, your real estate in Cambodia will be slightly different from Singapore real estate. And my examples will have come from Singapore. I must say that to learn about the real estate in Cambodia, I had to learn from y'all. So bear in mind, or give me grace, be gracious to me that my examples only come from Singapore or those places that I know, or those places that maybe I have done valuation. I've done some 1-2 valuation in Batam. Malaysia, I've seen the properties because we do visit Malaysia a bit because Singapore is very close to Malaysia. Cambodia, I've been once, only that time we have a conference in Cambodia, and that's where I was at. But I have not visited Phnom Penh yet. So we look at the real estate market, the general characteristics of this one, and look at the real estate industry part of it, and from there, then know what are the professionals we have in the real estate industry. So what is real estate to us, or as been valuers and estate agents, who know what are real estate or what is real estate to us here. Here we look at it. We can look at 3 concepts. I'm just going to go into 3 concepts. First, we'll look at land. Then we look at what's real estate and the real property on this part of it. Okay, let's look at land. What do we know about land? Or what do we always think of as for land, right? Is it just a surface of the land, or just above or below? Actually, look at it. Actually, what it covers is, firstly, the space is above, extending to the sky, right? You can build as high skyscrapers as possible. Different countries, you have different number of stories have been built on that. So in Singapore, the land is limited, so we go 50 stories, 60 stories for some buildings, and 74 stories for the Raffles City, the hotel at Raffles City itself. Then you cover the earth surface itself. That means what is just grow on that level, earth surface itself. Then also look at what is below, the space beneath that is extending to the bottom of the, and then to the center of the earth. That is what we have for, in the sense. So that is what we talk about land. And then we look at real estate. What is real estate then? Real estate itself is equals to, we have the land itself we have just spoken of. And then secondly is we look at the permanent improvements attached to the land. When we say this, what we have, well, you have the trees, your forests, your plantations, all this. Then you have also the water. You may own an island, or you may own the reservoir. It's like Singapore, we call the public utility boards, they own the reservoirs. So we also did valuation for them. And then you may look at even the improvements. That means, you have a warehouse, or in a condominium, and then maybe even a house, the house on the properties are improvements. And then you have all the minerals, the gold, the silver, whatever things that you can get from the land itself. So that land and the permanent improvements give you the real estate. Okay, so you find that real estate, what does it cover? It covers all things under the land, on the land, and above the land itself. Okay, so that is real estate. Then we look at real property. When we talk about real property, what do we mean by this? Okay, here real property is non-fiscal concept. Okay, this entails what? All the rights, the interests, the benefits related to the ownership of the real estate. So what the rights given to you to use this land, to own this land. And Cambodia, your rights, interests and benefits may be different from Singapore. Of course, the very general one we may have is that the leasehold interest. That means you own the rights for a certain number of years. Of those, or you have the rights, the interest in place for forever, which we use the term a freehold interest. In Singapore, which I know, understand as I read those information from the website information, you have that too. Okay, 3 dimensions. So we from just now we look at the land, look at the real estate, look at real property. So there are 3 dimensions to real estate, right? So what we have the physical aspect of it. That means what you can see. The legal aspect of it. That means you look at the rights and interests. And economic aspect of it is that what is it like? Okay, first off, you look at this one. Physical. What you look at location, right? Look at the land area, the floor area, the types of buildings, the accommodation, the kind of spaces that you have. Physically, you can see that. Physically, legal part of it, what you look at it? You look at the tenure, just I mentioned, the legal rights, the interest, what is approved use, what's the planning requirement or the planning requirements of that real estate. This is according to your regulations, according to your acts that you have for your country on this. Economy is whether there's a demand and supply for it. Okay, so let's then look at the characteristics for real estate itself. The characteristic, the real estate, what you have is like, we know that every property is very unique. Okay, each real estate is unique itself. Not movable. You can't just move a property. Generally, you cannot move a property. But I know of one situation in New Zealand, in Christchurch, where they had this cathedral made of wood. What they did is they cut the foundation of that building, and then they moved the whole cathedral itself. But that is a rare case inside. You cannot be moving all the time. So generally, it's not movable, and it's durable because not movable. And usually, why is it so? Because we got bricks and mortars. That means we use bricks. You know, you use steels to do foundation. So durable. Generally, we say durable. You have large capital commitment, right? We spend a lot of money to build the property, house, the condominium, the office building itself, and not liquid asset. Not liquid asset is because we can't just sell the asset or the property like overnight like that. You have a time frame to ensure that the transition goes over. In Singapore, we take about 12 weeks to get the whole transaction to be done. So it starts from just sharing in the here is that somebody put an offer, then after that 2 weeks later you sign the option to purchase. Then after that we have to do the searches for the property to make sure that the things that the seller has to pay or own has been taken care of. Then you do the transfer, which is 12 weeks later. Then you have the keys to the property itself. And for property itself, real estate itself, you need to do managing of the property. You need to manage a property. Say you buy a shopping mall, you buy an office building, you need to manage the property, and you cannot leave the property as it is, and it's going to go into obsolescence or disrepair where on this part of it. So it needs property management on this. Why is it real estate being considered as important? What's the importance of real estate, right? We know, we always talk about, oh, we own this, or somebody owns this property or that property, and because we know that land defines the boundaries of a country, a province, a city, a town, a village, and a lot. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I know that I understand that Cambodia has 24 provinces of that, and then from that, I believe every one of the province will have a so-called their own capital city, and capital, and then you have a town, then village. Then for that, you come to the lots, that particular piece or parcel that you own. That's how the land is been defined. For that, we know that real estate is an important part of any city or any country, right? When we talk about country, we put our stake to that boundaries of our land itself. Countries fight because of land issues or anything. It's basically back to real estate, the land, the real estate part that is the cause, can be a dispute of how big is a country or this thing. We know in Israel there is issue of the Gaza Strip, who owns it on that. So real estate is an important part of any city, of any country. And real estate space is a factor of production. Like for business, you need a space as an office, or you need the space, let's say spare factory to produce your goods and this thing. So it's a factor of production. And real estate development activities are indications of the economic growth of the country, right? We talk about, oh, there's a vibrant city. You can see developments that's going on. There's been changing. I'm sure in Cambodia itself, in the various cities that various of you are in, you see activities going on for real estate. Forests like Phnom Penh be the one that is more, and then other cities will also have their own kind of the activities of development on that. It's just a different level and different scale of it, and the stance of it that we look at it. Many of you may have come to Singapore. Those who have come to Singapore, maybe you come 10 years ago and you come now, you find that the buildings have been changed on that. We don't have national monuments. I mean, we have national monuments, but yours, Angkor Wat, is that one that is a national monuments. But I know other part of the other cities, you will do developments. I mean, I saw news that new condominiums been built and all this thing. Among real estate, how do we measure, right? The amount of real estate, the floor areas, the volume of space, the values of real estate development, right? You talk about values. I noticed that for Cambodia, even I go to the website, look at that, you quote things in US dollars. I believe it's US dollars that you use to look at your currency, the dollars that you put in. I mean, Singapore, we use the Singapore dollars to reflect on our portals, the property portals. And the more real estate reflect the cut of the level of activities, development on this, and look at floor areas, volume of space on this, because some of them double volume on this. And for that matter in Singapore, if double volume, we also measure them in terms in the title itself. Okay, what are the various users and types of real estate? Okay, we have the first part is so-called the non-built up area, the non-built up type. What we have the vacant land, the agricultural land, we have farmland, we have plantation and forestry. Forestry, understand from what I read, in Cambodia, 30% on this. So for Cambodia, you have forestry. In Singapore, I must say you hardly see a forest, or maybe the forest to you is not a forest in Cambodia because we have really limited land. So we have forests, but forests even have been cleared to and leave a very small part of it from certain pockets in Singapore, maybe near to those kind of reservoirs or this thing. Farmland, we must do vertical. We don't have land kind of, I mean, like Cambodia, you have agricultural land, you got a plantation or this thing, and then you have vacant land, probably vacant land maybe in the urban area with more. Maybe also stretch of land that is outskirts that either belongs to the private owners or even to the government itself. Built up residential. I went to look at your sites, you know, is that you have traditional houses, you call Khmer houses, right? On this, your condominiums, your service apartments, your villas. Here, I guess when you talk about villas, you talk about detached houses or these things. In Singapore, we use the term villas. We do use apartments or condominiums. We have service apartments. We don't have Khmer houses in a sense. We don't have traditional houses like your country have this heritage. So you have those Khmer houses which you are preserved, I believe. And then we have commercial properties, which I believe you have also, like shop houses and shops, retail offices itself. In Singapore, we also have medical suites. That means medical units that for next to the hospital, and it's been sold to individual doctors or investors on this one. Industrial, you have workshops, you have factories, we have warehouses. So for Singapore, I use Singapore examples. We got so-called factories where they have they sit on their own piece of land. So we call that landed factories or landed warehouses or workshops. But they also have those factories that is in a building and development. So we call them flatted factories or flatted warehouses. That is how we use. Then we have specialized properties. For your site, you have a specialized property. Angkor is one I can identify with, you know, really specialized itself. Singapore, we have specialized properties like Garden by the Bay. That is one. The Esplanade. Esplanade. We use a term durian. Not sure, I believe Cambodia may have durians. The fruit itself, because it's very spiky, and we use the local term as a durian on that part of it. Then we have this sports hub is built in a way, it's all the facilities of this, but it's very specialized, it's only one of its kind. Real estate participants, right? We talk about real estate, right? Market. The real estate market, we need participants to be in the market before a market can create. Right? I mean, a market is a place you buy and sell, you exchange goods or services itself. So in the real estate market participants, we also look at it. What are the things that we have? We have here is, first of all, the owner itself, right? You own a property, you would be inside this real estate market if you do the buy and sell. Right? Okay, we're going to. Then we have the investor that will come in and invest because they want a return on the capital on this one. So you have this. So these are the people that we call them the seller, the buyer, and can be the landlord itself. Right? The owner, he probably could buy this property. So if it was the buyer for the sellers on the sell it. On that part of it, then you have investors. Is that you come in and invest, and then become landlord. Because investors, that means you want to rent out the place on this, or you can also be an owner. A investor can be also want to buy, and you want to wait for the property market to move in the country and where they want to do investment. Because the other participant is that as the tenant itself. Right, the tenant participate in the market in the sense they become a tenant. So here we look at it. They want to occupy the space that the owner has. So real estate market, concept of marketplace, right? I mentioned a little bit on this. We talk about concept of marketplace itself. We have is a exchange of ownership. So when you sell, this exchange of ownership, seller and buyer, there's a exchange of this. And then you exchange of occupancy here, I'm saying is that because different time period, you have different occupants that property itself. So that's where the rent comes. That's the landlord and tenant. So you see the two parties involved. There's some exchange going on. The exchange ownership is, permanent in the sense that one is done. That's it. That is, there's exchange ownership change. But exchange of occupancy is ownership stays with the landlord, and only occupancy period, who is inside the unit, is the one, or the house itself is changed. Functions of the market is what are the things that look out for? First is that you have allocation of scarce resources, right? Because market is you show that there is scarce resources and how to use them to make sure that it's maximized in the use. So real estate is also a resource. It can scarce. Definitely in Singapore, they're scarce. We are an island. Yes, we can reclaim some land, but we cannot keep reclaiming land on the spot. So our land resources are scarce. On this, I believe Cambodia is definitely huge in terms of resources on that. But I'm sure you also keep some for certain kind of users like forestry or agriculture, plantations, right? Because that's why you are maybe self-sufficient on that. The ability of information on prices and rents, right? In the market, there might be prices, the rents around, information on this one. A characteristic of real estate market itself, what you have is that it's very interesting for real estate market is that there's no central physical location of the market. That means there's no some place that you can go say, oh, that's the place I buy and sell. Like maybe in Cambodia, is that you have a market for maybe let's say vegetables or fish on this. Then you go to that place. There's a place to buy and sell the vegetable or fish. I mean, in Singapore, we have a market where the market has many stores and you can buy things. I believe in Cambodia, you have those markets where you can go and buy your things. But we talk about real estate, there's no central physical location in the market. So you cannot say, oh, only this place I go there, I can buy and sell a property. You can have property shows in a hall, but the transaction is not done there on that, because transaction is done by you actually go and see the property itself, then you make a decision from that. So there's no one central physical location in the market itself. And information may not be complete in a sense that in this market, you may not have all the information on that property, may not be well with everything because may not be disclosed to you or may not be available on the part of it. Then the competition is not perfect, right? You may not be able to reach out to all the people that want to buy the property in a sense. So if competition we don't know who are the other sellers in the market in a sense. Maybe now it's a bit better. Even with internet itself, with the website itself, we know that what are the properties available in the market, but we may not know the number of buyers in a sense. We may know the general thing, people searching or this, but how many are the genuine buyers or potential buyers, and the market may not be perfect in the sense of those competition. Okay, real estate market itself is a sub-markets, and the segmentation of the market itself. I mean, we can talk about general market itself. We can also talk about sub-market itself. We will have this. I'm sure I know that in Cambodia is one thing. You maybe thought, oh, what is the property market in Phnom Penh itself? So we look at geographical location or in another town itself. Pardon me, I mean, Phnom Penh is like we know more about it in terms of it's been the capacity of the country itself. The property types itself, like the condominium market itself, your shop houses market, or even the office car market, and you also look at by type and by location itself, and then by users. Users and property types may cross each other in a sense. So you find that, I mean, in Singapore also same thing. We may look at central area. I've used Singapore as an example so that is going, I mean, you know a bit more Singapore. We have central region, core region, and then we've got outskirt area. Those who come to Singapore probably know Orchard Road very well, the shopping, or you know, on this thing. Yeah. So property types, the different type residential properties, with commercial properties. I mean, in Singapore, we have this group of property called the Housing Development Board built flats. In short, we call HDB flats itself. It's built by government, and they can buy and sell in the market after 10 years. I mean, now we change the 10 years. After minimum occupation period itself, you can sell and buy. This kind of secondary markets we call resale HDB flats itself. Then by users, what are used? Even let's say a factory, you can have food factory, or you can have general factory itself on that. In Singapore, we talk about food factory. I believe in Cambodia, the requirements are more stringent because they're going to meet more regulatory requirements. So for food factory in Singapore, factories in Singapore are more expensive to buy in a sense of that, and they are not, say, a lot. So in this case, the supply is limited on that. So example is this. But users, of course, like I mentioned just now, like medical suites, medical units, where doctor buy unit and then they have the consultation from that. So there's for medical units itself in Singapore is that every of the unit have a, we call it discharge point. That means there is a drainage system because they need a water and they need to have water, the wastewater to flow up. So these are the specific types of property of specific use. I mean, example, the real estate market here, I would take from my Khmer Times in May the 17th itself. You say here, Khmer real estate sector, right? You have the Chinese nationals are coming to invest. So they're investors in the sense they come in, buy the condo, they stay in Cambodia. I mean, you are very close to China in a sense, and for them to come over is much easier on this. So then you do a real estate market cycles, right? This is the case of office space price index in Singapore. You find the way the office market going up and down. It's just like electric current like that. I mean, it depends on market conditions. The country, surely for your side, Cambodia will have the same thing. I do see graphs in there on that part of it, and maybe even your own association that some of this information available for your members. So like in Singapore, I'll show you the Singapore residential property price index, and this is only the last 5 years, 2017 and 2022. This is the residential market. Cambodia itself, probably after that, open for you all to contribute also. This is that may have the same, Cambodia may have the same kind of trend. A lot of countries will have the same trend. During the COVID period, 2020 to 2022, in fact, we don't see prices come down. In fact, prices have gone up. The resale market is gone the reverse, right? Singapore had gone through a bit of COVID situation, and we have so-called lockdowns. Then we got like how many people can go dying together, 2, 5, 8, and then we got various combinations and so on. So we are locked down. For the residential market, it was not affected because most of us had to work from home, and for them matter we need bigger space, and also the situations are that construction have slowed down during that period. So people waiting for the new homes have no place to go, or have sold their old place and then to find a rental place, and they want to decide to now go and buy the property. So you find that during the COVID period, the prices of residential properties did not come down in Singapore context. So that is a phenomenon that we have on this. And we are watching how in Singapore, the Singapore market is moving this year on this. Okay, real estate industry is itself. What we have is the government departments, the agencies, right, will be involved in the real estate industry. I only can give one. For you know better on this. So, like example, Cambodia, I know you got Ministry of Land Management, Urban Planning and Construction. If I look at this one, our equivalent in Singapore will be the Urban Redevelopment Authority, because URA. They're the one that do the planning in Singapore itself. We have planning acts to follow. I know, and I'm very sure your countries have their own planning laws and requirements on the development types that is allowed in certain areas in the country itself. Then you have the financial institutions. That's when buyers and sellers, they need to get loans or listing. Banks finance houses, the fund houses, they give loans. Just to share, interest rate in Singapore is about 1.86 about 2 months ago, 1.86% with the housing loan rates. But now they decided not to have fixed rates. They are going to change it, and interest rates are going up. So believe in Cambodia, you have your own type of housing loan rates package arrangement by the banks to help the different sectors of the real estate itself. Then you also have the professionals. So the professions that involved will be the architects. They're involved if you talk about new buildings, renovation, retrofitting. The architects will come in. You have the land surveyors. Let's say you have raw land, land that you need to mark out the strata plans for the condominiums itself. The surveyors come into the picture. In Singapore, the land surveyors also do the measurements of the strata units, what is the area, and then also the land. In Singapore, raw land or brown land is quite limited in a sense. Those land is owned by the government itself. So private lands, maybe somebody need to subdivide, then the land surveyors come in to look at the boundaries, the new boundaries, new numbers for the lot itself. Then quantity surveyors need estimates the cost of construction for the contractors to put in a price to build the property itself. You need to costing. The engineers are involved in the construction of the properties. Then you have the project managers who come in, because when you do development, project managers will come in to look at the development itself, the building construction period of it. Then you have the property and facility managers, right? Just like you mentioned that for real estate, we need property management. So property and facility management staff need to come in. So you need to have property and facilities managers to come in to look at the buildings. Otherwise, we have a situation that buildings may become run down and not be taken care. When that's not taken care, the value of the property or development will go down. Then we have the valuers itself, right? For the valuers itself, that is the one that we have, and also the real estate agents, right, involved in the buy and sell of the properties on the same. So we do come into this industry under real estate market industry. So that is what we have on this one. Okay, for this. So just want to maybe can any questions that you'd like to ask? Anything that you'd like to ask before later? I'm going to give you the quizzes for 5 questions, 5 quizzes to you to try and answer. Don't worry, it's simple multiple choice question. But is there any questions that you like to ask? Anything? Okay. I thought okay. What I do is that ask Teresa. Teresa is help. Let me call Teresa. I'll ask Teresa to do the post of the thing. Then you just put in the answers in the sense of that one. Just as to give you a refresher that what you learned, what you remember on this one, on this. Don't worry, I'm not going to mark you. I don't know because that's the beauty of the poll. You just put in your answers on that, and then after we can discuss on that one. Okay. So maybe I'll ask Teresa to do that. Yeah, you can start. Okay. Here you can start in the sense that Teresa's going to you're going to put in what's the answer to this one. So the question here is that, can you hear me? Real estate is a fiscal concept. Okay? It's a multiple choice question. So what you think in the answer, just click answer is true or false. Okay? Oh, very good. Very good. I see the response. Okay, on this one. Yeah, it's very, you can see that. Yeah, this is the one, very simple. So we get this is simple. Yeah, thank you. So I know you are paying attention on this. Okay, next we look at the next question. Questions. Okay, first one is that let's go. Okay, the first one is that say land refers to what? It refers to what does it refers to is the service of the. So first one, the answer is that this beneath the service of on earth service and above the service of the land. So what's the answer? Is this statement question one? Is it true or false? That means once your first one, some of you have said that it's true, some of you say false on this one. Okay, in this case, actually, what answer is actually it covers all, right? It covers all the beneath the service. It covers beneath the earth and on the earth service and also above the earth service itself on that one. So answer is true. The second one, real estate property is a fiscal concept. Is it true or false? As I said, sometimes you say that is real property itself. We're talking about this. The answer is, in this case, answer is false. Is because we know that real estate is a non-fiscal concept. Real property is not. So real property is a non-fiscal concept. It's not a fiscal concept. Remember, real property refers to what? All the rights and interests of the property itself. So that is the one. So let's look at question 3. Can we go down? Okay. Okay, the next question is what are the dimensions in real estate itself? Here, there are a few 4 choices itself. First is whether it's physical,
Okay, got it.
okay. So this question is that for the dimensions, right? The dimension of real estate I mentioned as well. So we have first answer. First one is physical, legal, economic, or is it all the above? Okay. Most of you got it correct on this one. Actually, it's all the above because I mentioned to you all that actually there are three aspects of it, three dimensions itself. The physical aspect is where we talk about, right, the locations, the floor areas, the land areas, the building information. Legal is aspect of it, is your titles, the tenure itself, and also the ownership itself on that part of it. Then you have the third part is that you call economic, right? It's a demand and supply part of it. There must be demand supply for it. Then that is where you have real estate come into picture, value come into picture on this one. So it's all the above. So yeah. Okay, then I ask you the question, which one is not a characteristic of real estate? Okay, which is not a characteristic? You know, this so I have given you three choices here. First of all, is it movable, illiquid, or lastly is durable in a sense. So I just give you three choices. Okay, for this one, I probably need you to refresh a little bit on this one. Is because first of all is that remember real estate is not movable. So okay, yes, so it's not a real estate. So correct, it's not movable. So if illiquid is correct because that means is what here is that because illiquid means not liquid asset itself. So it's a characteristic. Illiquid is a characteristic of real estate itself, and then durability or durable is also a characteristic of a real estate. So the right answer is not a characteristic itself, that is movable itself. Okay, on this one. Oh, sorry, I'm just. Okay, the next question is number 5 is that real estate market can be segmented by property type, use, and geographical location itself. So in this case, okay, what's the answer? Is it all of the above? Very good. This question, most of you got it correct. Is actually can be any of the three we mentioned. Is all of the above. So that is this one, the quiz, the last quiz. Very good. I mean, thank you for participating. Actually, we are a bit early in a sense on this, but I will stop sharing and maybe I can ask you have any questions. Do this now. Okay, I will stop sharing. Any questions? Any questions that you'd like to ask? Anything that you need me to clarify that?
So that they can ask the question. Not sure. So any of this question you
So any like for this questions that I have put up, you have any question, anything that need to clarify, feel free to do so. I mean, this is a workshop for us to learn together on this, so that anything I can explain to you on this.
It's Miss Haley.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Regarding the permanent improvement attached to the land, you have mentioned that the mineral is also part of the improvement attached to the land, and I feel that mineral is usually under the government control because mineral is part of the state's property. So how it can become also part of the real estate?
Oh, so in Cambodian law, the mineral is part of the government's property, is it? Even for Cambodian law, in a sense of that. Because in some countries, like if they gold in their country, their land is part of the gold. Let's say you're a gold mine, right? It belongs to the gold mine company, that it belongs to that company, the real estate, that part of the real estate. So you buy that piece of land because maybe you find the minerals and you pay for it. So do I hear from you in Cambodia that is not the case?
Yeah, by my understanding, if you own a land and you have a gold mineral under your land, you have no right to extract the gold itself unless you have to ask for a government permission and you have to pay, I don't know, maybe a kind of tax and yeah, something like that.
Thank you very much for sharing this. That means from in Cambodia aspect is that this is a case. That means if you buy a piece of land, let's say you have gold inside there, and you buy this piece of land, how you value this piece of land, I'm taking from here, then you must you must look at the profits or the revenue you can get from the land, from the gold, or this, you minus off all your expenses and the tax and listing to come up what is the value of this piece of land you want to buy, property in a sense. I use the same analogy is that in Singapore, you own the property, you own this piece of land, but governments, let's say your land now only can build up to say 1 story. For example, let's say you have a piece of land 1,000 square meters. Government allow you to build a building of 1,000. You have 1,000 square meter on the building, on the property itself, a building. But let's say the government allows you to build 2,000 square meters of building, floor area of building. In Singapore, the additional 1,000, you have to pay government tax on this before you can buy this piece of property. So similarly for this kind of cases, where let's say you have a piece of real estate, a land, and you got gold below it, and the law requires to say that, yes, you can own this land with the gold, minerals, but you have to pay tax to the government. So you have to do a sum, right? To say that in this case, oh, I want to buy this piece of land with the gold below. I'll look at how much I can get for this gold and minus all my costs and operation. What is my profit I want, and what are the things involved, the cost to buy, and then minus off the tax or minus the charges the government want, and that is the one you will pay for the land. So you will look at it from the point of view, oh, is it worth for me to buy? Or after I pay the tax, it's even worse off and no value, not much value, or that's the value that you pay. And if you say the seller, the person asks you to offers you the price of, let's say $1 million, I'm just an example, but you do your sums actually it end up more expensive. You come out more money to get everything, pay taxes and get this thing, then it's not worth for you to buy the piece of land. That's how we're going to look at the real estate part of it. So depend on country in a sense, but I'm giving an example how you look at this kind of case. You talk about real estate of this kind of nature.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for asking. That's good. And in fact, from here I also learned that some of the your requirements in your country on this part of it. You know, each of us has their own country laws and planning requirements and various requirements. Like Singapore, I just mentioned, you build higher according to planning requirements, but at the moment you have less, you pay the higher, the additional, you have to pay tax for it. We call it development charge. In future, we're going to call it some land betterment charge, land betterment levy on this part of it. Thank you for the question. Thank you for participation. That's very good. I take this time that you all can ask questions, you know, then everybody can learn from the session itself, I would say. Any other question? I welcome question. Maybe Somlip, you want to like I understand your tenure, you get the leasehold, you got perpetual lease, you got long-term lease. Do you have special kind of titles, the ownership rights? Okay, of course later I'll share about it some more. Is that like Singapore, we got leasehold, we got 30 years, 60 years, 99 years on this. We have those we call 999 years. That means we call 999, but then we actually call it more like a freehold in a sense on that.
Hello, Miss.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Miss Hindi, you can call me. Yes.
Miss Hindi. Okay. I got one question.
Yeah.
That what is the powerful market sector of the real estate industries for yourself in Singapore or in Cambodia?
Oh, Singapore. Okay. To be fair, I will give you the real estate market in Singapore. Okay. So that at least I mean I will say that my expertise and knowledge for is Singapore. Cambodia, are we happy anyone of you to also come in? I mean, I say some of you might be expert. Okay, in Singapore itself, at the moment, the real estate in Singapore is the residential property market is moving. It's moving. In terms of we talk about in terms of the appreciation, seems to be still moving on the part of it. Well, for commercial market like the shops or this thing, they are coming out, but not as much because the COVID has affected the shops, the retail shop, and with the e-commerce or this thing, the COVID has affected. So the shop prices are not moving as fast in a sense, not moving in Singapore. A office is about that. Factories in Singapore has shown to be moving up. There's so sure the prices are moving up a little bit. But if we talk about in terms of at the moment, the real estate market that is more active and we see prices move is a real estate in residential property itself. So let's maybe somebody of you want to share about the Cambodian market. I must say that this one I welcome your contribute on this one.
So, Ms. Lee,
Yeah.
one more question is, one more small question.
No, no
So,
problem.
how-
It's more a big question. It's good question.
How do
Oh dear.
we analyze what is not? How do we analyze that?
Can you repeat the question?
How
again?
do
the
Yes.
the network is a bit I'm going to close this the network is a bit seems to be, can you repeat your question again?
how do we analyze the potential of the properties?
How do you analyze the potential of property? Okay,
Yes,
I
yes.
think, sorry, analyze the potential of property.
That's it.
Okay. Okay, how to analyze the potential of the property itself? Then we look at what are the factors affecting valuation or affecting the real estate market itself, right? So we are probably going to go into details in the sense of under more the valuation part of it is that you can look at the valuation and look at the market trends. You look at the general economic factors on this thing, you see the potential of the property. And then you can also do your calculation. You can look at, if let's say, if this property is going to redevelop, what is the returns? And then after that, you do your sums from there and net off all your costs and come up with what is the value you pay now. That means from there, then you see there's a potential. And Singapore, I go back to Singapore's context, is that Singapore had this peculiar arrangement now we call collective sale. That means Singapore, you have old buildings. Maybe now the master plan shows that the term we call plot ratio 1.4. In Singapore, we have this term we call that if this land is 1,000 square meters, you have plot ratio 1.4 means that you can build 1.4 times of gross floor area on this. And then if you have 2.8, that means you can build 2.8 times the land area of this. So what we have situation now, the potential in Singapore we see is that you see some developments now, old buildings, the plot ratio is 1.4. Then master plan, our master plan shows that you can build a 2.8, but subject you paying the difference in the additional 1.4 in plot ratio. And so a lot of times developers do is that they see potential in this. They look at from the point if I build up to 2.8, I minus all my profits, my costs, and all this thing, what is left, and I look at this land I can buy, and that is where they offer. So they see the potential from the point of view. For us in Singapore, we look at potential from the planning point of view. If we look at collective sale, the other type of potential is you see that what's the demand supply factor, and there's which are the kind of people coming to Singapore, like maybe for you is maybe the Chinese people are coming popular. It's more popular with them coming to Cambodia to invest. Then you look at likely there may be a capital appreciation there, so there's potential on this one. The other thing is that you can chart the property market and see in terms of property market cycle, right, whether this property could be at the lowest point now. Definitely it may pick up like shops in Singapore now is probably at a lower point, and maybe in good location shops that you can have potential to buy there. So similarly for your site, in the sense that whether you look at some potentials on that part, like in Singapore also, there are cases where now shop houses are so very popular because the potential is because they don't pay stamp duties for what do I say is for second or third property purchase, you know, in a sense. So sometimes the fiscal policies, government policies allow you to create the potentials to buy real estate. So sometimes properties are limited in supply, right? So you end up a situation, you come that it becomes valuable. I do not know your market that well, but I can say that even like your Khmer houses, are they traditional houses, and do people still build them, or is it a limited supply? Maybe if it's limited supply it becomes something that is people will look for and find that there is a value to it because people would like to have this type. That means the demand increase. Once the demand increase, your price also go up. That means you can fetch higher price if you have one of this. Thank you for the question. Any some more questions?
Actually, I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned about the land, that the space about the earth. I mean, in the sky is also part of the land itself.
Yeah.
So let's say if there is a limitation of the high level that you can build a building, for example, around the airport and so.
Yeah.
So this will affect also the price of the land, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
is it going to make it more expensive, or it's going to make it less expensive?
Okay.
Comparing to the surrounding area?
Yes, I agree. Yes, in Singapore, that means those land are flight path. That means restriction, right? There's restriction. When you say about those kind of cases, that means there are restrictions to the height you can build to that sites. And in this case, the value is less. The value is less because you are restricted by planning requirements. You're restricted by the laws, how much you can build. Even though let's say in case you're planning, say generally seems to be able to build maybe 30-story. I'm just using an example. But in the particular case, they say, oh, sorry, can you build 20-story? In this case, for a developer point of view, is that they will not pay more because I only can build the 20-story. That's the maximum I can go. Then the price will be affected, the value will be affected, the real estate will be affected by this kind of requirement. And as for Cambodia, in any place, like in Singapore, we have flight path. We call it flight path itself. So like near you coming from Changi, those area. In Singapore, I just share in the sense that you're honest. For us, if the property is near to, we got this place called Istana, which is along Orchard Road. That is where the president's official residence. The president of Singapore's official residence is along Orchard Road. That's up. If you do come to Singapore, you walk Orchard Road, you will see it. There are guards in front of the house and the property. For that part, the security is very tight, and even they limit the height of the building. Even the limit in terms of how the facing of the building, in certain direction, no windows. Windows have glass that is translucent. That means you cannot see. You cannot see out. You can see light, but you cannot. You go look through the glass panel. They are blurred in the sense that you cannot see far. You cannot see out and what is outside scenery because they are blocked. They are asked to do. So when there are restrictions, your value will be affected by that. Singapore, we have. Sorry.
I feel because I'm very junior in the market, so I feel like the contrast of the meaning, because like because you cannot build high-rise building like skyscraper and so.
Yeah.
So people, instead of building 100 units on a small piece of land, you have to spread out to a large scale, big land to build 100 units. So people may rush to compete to buy the land so they can build the unit. So the land price should be more expensive because there is a limitation of the high level. That's what I feel. Yeah.
Okay.
Because in usually the limitation of high rise building is only restricted to a certain special area, like around the airport, or maybe in a sacrifice place like in Cambodia, we have a Angkor Wat temple, the temple in Siem Reap. They have also restriction on the level of building as well. So when there is a restriction, the investor cannot build a high-rise building. So instead of 100 units on a small piece, they have to buy a big land. So people maybe compete to buy the land. So I think the land price should be more expensive instead of less expensive. Just what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Okay, when we talk about whether a property is more expensive or less expensive, we try to look at everything else equal first, because otherwise, okay, we will cover the general concepts of valuation very good, because even for a property, restriction, a smaller piece of land will be more expensive than a bigger piece of land. Okay, that is a general concept on this. But let's say everything else being equal, you got two pieces of land, okay, exactly the same size, okay, but just in the same locality, but one of them is near the just at the boundary for which the flight path is, okay? And then one of them is maybe a couple of units or lots away, but not have this flight path requirements. Then the one is not there with the flight path requirements will be higher in value. So we must compare like to like when talk about expensive or not expensive for valuation point of view. When we look at somebody buy a property, we will cover in those the principles of valuation. And one of this is called substitution, which we'll cover later. You ask a question that is in a head, very good, because you are thinking of this, of that. So, but just to share that when we talk about whether expensive or not expensive, we look at equal. Everything else equal. The difference is maybe one has restriction on the height and one doesn't have. So when that's how we compare, and the same locality on that part of it. So let's say, if even we look at one that is near the airport, we not okay, let's say one that is in the suburban area, same type of 30-story, but one in the city area, 30-story, you find that 30-story in the city will be more expensive, because here in this case the market is segmented by location. Just now we mentioned about property market being segmented by location, by the geographical location, by property type and use. In this case, the geographical location difference will also make your values or price to be different. So you find that real estate market could be it can be very localized. It can be localized in the area on that, and different factors in different countries may be emphasized. Okay, example, I understand in Thailand, if you're near the hospital, your value is higher. If further away from the hospital, everything else equal, but you stay near to the hospital, the value of the property or the price of property is higher than one that is further away from the hospital. But in Singapore, you stay near the hospital, the value won't be higher. So the different markets dynamics can be different.
Thank you.
Any one last question before we go for a break? Really, thank you for your participation. At least any area that you want to ask, at least here we can exchange and then we learn together.
Good morning, Lee.
Morning.
So I have one question.
Yes.
I want to know, is it any limitation of your government to have any company for development the building? Because if the supply more than demand, is what's going on?
Supply more than demand. Okay. Singapore doesn't control the developer to be development company to be set up. Singapore will control the, nowadays you find that Singapore want to look at the supply and demand from the macro point of view. And if there's going to be a shortage of units, Singapore government will release more land. Generally, the private lands are limited. The private lands are limited in Singapore. So in Singapore, how Singapore control the supply and demand is up to the other factors. Singapore, the supply of new, especially residential, even residential, say residential first, they will have programs to ready to release the land for development. And then the next question asks that do they restrict developers to come into the scene from overseas, right? I guess you're asking from, you say maybe you're a developer that you're interested in Singapore to develop. Singapore doesn't control in a sense is that you cannot bid for this land because it's a foreign investor. You can come a developer. We have developers from China. We have developers from Malaysia to come in and they want to bid on this. But you have to make sure that to form the company in Singapore, then you must make sure you have a capital requirements or this thing that you have to form on this thing, on that part of it, Singapore, on that part of it, because you make sure that that part. And then for Singapore, there's Singapore control in a sense of the yes, the license for you to sell the units. You need to get license. You need a license for sell units more than four. More than four. You need a license to sell the units. Singapore have laws in the same Housing Control Act for which the developers need a license to sell residential properties. So they're controlled through that way. You can go and sell a development company in Singapore, but finally you sell units that is under construction, you need a license. Then that's where the control comes in.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer.
No, because they just Singapore there is a part in I'm sure in Cambodia they have the requirements also to do so according to what are the way they want to make sure they protect the buyers from the developers in the sense of the Singapore for the residential market, the license is sales license is important.
May I have the last question?
Sure.
In the function market, you have mentioned about the allocation of the scarce resources. Can you share us a bit about, your practice in Singapore?
Yeah, so you see, like for us, scarce resources, right? In Singapore permits that. Then we have to put that what are the land to be for residential use, what is for commercial use, for industrial use, right? Singapore has scarce resources. So like in the early days in Singapore, I use early days. Jurong, you may know this in Jurong, the government actually allocate land for industrial use. So if you go to the west part of southwest of Singapore, you find that a lot of industrial properties are there. So government has to allocate that for business, right? They cannot just build residential. You need to have businesses. You need to have factories down for production, because that's when you got factories, got production. That's where you can provide jobs for the people. So in Singapore in the 1970s, they actually created it's called Jurong Industrial Estate, for which matter they actually allocate the whole part of Jurong for industrial use. They say important that you need to have manufacturing come into the country. You need to have certain category of users to be inside country where they can generate business, they can generate investments for the country. So the scarce resources point of view, like so for part of I call it okay, near to central but southwest side. Singapore came out another category of land use called business parks, which is a bit higher end than factories. But this business park itself are properties for which you can do R&D. So the buildings are like a office building, but lower floors, but you do R&D there. So it's like a lab, you can be there. Singapore also a business park that do with media. That means the production, studio. So encourage this area of business to come in. Then we got the science park that attract business like all the labs, clinical labs, testings, labs, all this thing. So you have resources. Okay, then Singapore, the southern part, your Orchard, we got a central business district. There is a commercial part where we want to create financial hub, financial services for the businesses of this area to be there. So we have the commercial. Singapore also have created the islands. We called it Sentosa itself. Which you have come to Singapore, you have gone to Sentosa. You even got and create exclusive bungalows over there, waterfront housing. That's for that. The west, okay, that is the north. There also have pockets industrial areas, and then you have the central part. We got the reservoirs, for which you also need to think of this areas because we need the catchment of water. We need water also, so we need a forest and greenery for a place. So that's how Singapore allocate the resources for the various users.
Thank you. It's as well. I will well allocated and managed. I'm just seeking for a further explanation for our participants. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for that, because I mean, I'm sure your country, the government departments, because these are done by the planners in Singapore.
Right, right.
Yeah, I must say in Singapore, these are the planners. So we got urban redevelopment authority. The planners are inside there. It's got planning, the planning to do. So I believe your country, the government departments, the relevant departments, they probably have to think of the national level. What are the users? How to allocate resources for it, and how to decide, okay, what type of use should be in certain area and depend on demands population. Like Singapore is that population increase, then we build higher stories, 70-story building, go higher, because we have limited resources in terms of going spread out. We go vertical and go higher. For us, the tunnels, MRT station, we build underground, 80 meter, 30 meter underground on the part of it.
Thanks a lot. I will let you for a break.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yes. Okay. We have in this case so let me see the time. Here is now about 9:37. I just look at your timing. We talk about your timing. I know we are different. So let's see. Can we make it back at 9:50? 9:50. I'll let you have your break, and then 9:50 we come back again for the second session.
Okay, thank you.
9:50 our time, right?
Yes, 9:50 your
Okay,
time.
got it.
Right?
Got it.
Your time is 9:37, 38 now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
See you then. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome back. We're looking at session 2, the general valuation concepts, and we'll look at it now. So what? Let me technical hitch here is the, yeah, there is technical hitch here. Just give me a minute. Yes, just give me a minute. I do have issue. Yeah, I cannot. Okay, now it's okay. Thank you. So you're gonna count the look at first of all the valuation concepts, and then we look at the price, the cost and value what are the relationship on this, and then look at real estate value, and then we look at the basis of value. That means now we look at, if we do valuation, what is the basis we use, and also the premise of value that we look at it. So basically, when we look at valuation concepts, what look at it, which just now we covered, we talk about the land itself, we look at real estate itself, we look at real property, we have covered in section 1. Then we look at asset itself, just a general introduction of asset. Some of you may also do business valuation, but I'm not going to that area, but just, you know, asset will also include real estate, real property on this. Then we look at price, look at cost, and then we look at value. Okay, so we talk about we go to asset because we already covered the land, the real estate, and the real property. Basically, when we talk about asset, the way we use it, most of the time we use it in accounting, because for valuation, sometimes we do for financial reporting on this, and property, real estate is part of the asset. It can be current asset, it also can be fixed asset on this. So that's where we had looked at it. Current asset, what do you mean by that? Here we're looking at the use, not in intended for continuing use in business. So example, if you sell residential units, right? You're not keeping the units for continual use, but you as a developer, you sell those units. So for you, it's not it's considered as current asset for that point of view. So when we talk about current asset, we look at those products made for sale, for stock, cash in hand. So example, villas built by developers for sale. Example I gave here on that. Then we have fixed asset. We find that fixed asset is never continuing use for business activities. Example, property is one, right? You definitely need to keep a property for a long time use. Let's say for a factory, for industrialists, for one that do production, they want to keep the factory for a long time, continue use of the business activity. In this case, it comes under fixed asset itself, the plant equipment. Then you also have those kind of fixed asset for which is not used in business, but being held on long-term ownership basis. Example, trademark, patent, goodwill, long-term investment. That include some companies, or they will keep their real estate for long-term investment on that point of view. So that for matter, in this case, it falls under the fixed asset category. Fixed asset can be tangible or intangible on this part of it. So if it just not intangible, it could be the goodwill, the patent, or this thing. Okay, now we look at this is that when we look at price, what we mean by price in the valuation concept itself. So it's the asking amount. So when asking amount, we say it's asking price, right? So you can ask asking amount, or the amount bit of offered is another one we got is in this case. This offer amount, offered price in the sense of this asking, okay, asking how much is this general, is a general term we use. Then we can also amount paid. It's actually the transacted price, right? You buy when you can be, first of all, the seller can be asking so much, then you offer some, let's say the seller is asking USD 600,000, and then that is the asking price. But then the buyer offer it, no, in this case, it's 500,000. Finally, we transacted at 550,000. So that becomes the transacted price itself. Eventually, okay, after you transacted, then that becomes the cost that you buy the property for 550,000. In this case, it becomes historical cost, right? So the price now becomes a historical cost itself. So here, so we can say that what is the cost? Cost is a price paid for a good or services, amount paid, right, for the services or good, and it is the amount that is paid to create the goods for services. It can be, first of all, it's a price paid for rate, or it can be the cost where you create that good services. So in this case, we talk about real estate, is a price paid for the real estate itself. On this, let's say you buy a completed computer property, but let's say for the cost, from the point of view where you create the property, that means you build the property itself, then that is also the amount under cost. So for value, then what do we mean by value in a sense here? Value, we can have this in economic concepts. On this, it reflects a market's view of benefits at a particular point of time on this one. And here is a monetary relationship between goods and services, buyer and seller. So it's the relationship is on the monetary terms wise, and it's not a fact in the sense that a value is estimated worth of goods and services at a given time itself. So bear in mind in this case that it is not a fact, it's a value of this. Yes, eventually maybe that value may come the price, the transacted price. But when we talk about value here, we're talking about the economic concept reflecting the perception of benefits. And how do we term this value? We put a dollar to it, or the currency of a country itself. So it's not a fact itself on that. So how is the relationship in a sense? I say we are the price here on this one. What paid, it becomes what the cost eventually, right? The price you pay, it becomes a cost eventually on this part of it. That's the relationship. Then you have is a price. What happened here? Would it be equal to value? Yes or no? Answer here is it may not equal to value. It may equal but may not equal to value. So bear that in mind on the part that when we talk about this. And lastly is that we can have very many values. Okay, because why you can have many values is because different people will have perception of different values, but eventually there's only one price, one transacted price that we must look at it. There you must bear that in mind that it's only one transacted price, because values can be different for different people on the part of it. So that one we must bear in mind that your value, one buyer's potential buyer's value will be different for another potential buyer's value. In a sense, I mean in Singapore, in a sense, maybe we talk about a place is that because maybe you want to buy a property near to your in-laws. So for the case, maybe the price of the property is say $400,000 on this, but then the price of the offer price or the asking price is let's say $400,000. In this case, value is only 250,000. Say 250, and then but then because to you market value of this property, as a value comes say 250,000, but to you maybe you want to pay more for this, and because you think the benefit is more to you, and you prepare to pay 450,000 because you want to near to in-laws. Okay, so for that matter, you're prepared to put 450 for this. Another buyer will say, oh no, this is only 280,000. Another can say it's 420,000. So different. Eventually, there is only one price that we transacted on this one. It can be 390,000 or 370,000, depending on finally negotiate the transacted price. So that is what we say that many values, but one transacted price. Okay, now we look at real estate value itself on this aspect of it. Okay, real estate value has value under what circumstances? For it is that when the real estate is useful, the usefulness of real estate is the utility of it. Yeah, so the real estate has to be useful. Useful of real estate is because there is utility, right? It must be useful to you. If you buy you have one property or real estate, it's not useful at all, then you won't pay for it. So there's utility part of it must come in. The usefulness of the one who wants to buy it must be there. Then there must be a demand and scarcity of real estate. So that is where the economic dimension is like. There must be a demand for it. There must, I mean, just now one of them you ask, no, you think there's a potential? When the potential, that means you want to go and buy, or you think there's a potential because there's scarcity of the real estate and you know the price will go up. So like in Singapore, we call it conservation shop houses. That means those houses that have been built before the wars, they're very beautiful. They got all the designs, they're limited in supply. So scarcity is there. And for that matter, there is value and people want to buy that. So that's why I ask your question, the Khmer houses, is this a case of traditional houses, which is limited in supply? You don't build this kind of houses and then, so it becomes a scarcity, then there is demand for it and there is value going to put and the value will change. Here you have the legal dimension of it is about it is that the real estate is transferable. On this part of it, the resale value is transferable. There's a value come out because it can be transferable. Transferable because there's a demand, there's a supply and there's a demand. Demand that means you can exchange. So that is where you look at it on the resale value point. Then we now look at basis of value. It's a standard of value. It's a standard for which we want to communicate in terms of value. And as I said, it describes the fundamental premise on which valuation will be based. Okay, that is a basis of valuation, how we want to value the property. Because now we look at valuation concepts, right? When we look at value point of view, then we need to describe how the basis will be done. And that's where from that, for which we also describe the premise of value for which the valuation will be based on. And it should be appropriate in terms and purpose of valuation. So the basis of valuation also depends on the terms that you ask to value the property and the purpose of valuation for that. And because the basis of valuation will affect the selection of valuation methods, the inputs and assumptions. Inputs, it will be the data collection, what you put inside to do the valuation, the methodology and assumptions to be used the base for this part on the basis of value. And common basis of value in general aspect, we look at market value. This is a common basis of value. It's market value. A lot of time when we do valuation in Singapore, we look at the market value of the property itself. So we look at the premise of value. What's the premises that you use is we need to describe the circumstances on how an asset or liability is to be valued. That means the premises of this, how we can value, what the assumptions to be used on this one. And then different bases of value require particular premise of value. That means basically if different bases, that means the premise of value or assumptions to be used will be different. And also different values means that the multiple premises of value has to be described and you have to consider for that matter. Then for us to value the property, we need to disclose, we need to write in the report the premise of value that is assumed, that means the assumptions to be put on this case. And then now we look at some of the premises of values that we look at it, the assumptions that we look at it for valuation of the property. Okay, highest and best use, one of the premise, we are going to cover in detail this current existing use. That means this is a premise of value that you have been asked to value. This is the instruction given to you on this, and you may ask to value because of ordinary liquidation or because of forced sale on this part of it. So let's look at the premise of value itself on the highest and best use on this. Okay, you adopt the most probable use of the asset. That means in this case, real estate is the most probable use. Most probable use, what do we look at it then? We look at it, is it fiscally possible? Okay, first of all, is it physically possible on the site? If you have a land that is very small in size, can you build a high-rise building? Maybe you cannot. And Singapore context in the sense is that fiscally and legally under the law is that you cannot build high-rise building, a residential building which is less than 1,000 square meter in land itself. So each country will have its own requirements. So you look at fiscally whether it's possible, can build or not, or cannot build. It's so small that you cannot even build because, you know, by the time you put a foundation on this thing, what is left for the space is to be used is maybe so limited, it's not worth it. Then appropriately justified, that means can you justify for this development and legally permissible. Legally permissible goes into the planning requirements and financially feasible. That means, does it worth it if you to spend the money on it? Results in the highest value. Generally, results in the highest value. But if you can build something that is, you can build something, but then actually your value doesn't the highest. That's not highest value to in the valuation concept point of view. I've been to China many years ago. You know, I've seen buildings that owners built a very nice, very grandiose building, very nice. A lot of, spent a lot of money on the material, very big lobby, very grand. But if we talk about maybe financially, yes, they got the money to build. But finally, is the value going to be the same? Because in this case, maybe you look at it, is that can I get income from the place? Can I get rental from the place? You know, can I generate revenue? If an investor come point of view, do I get something? It may not be the case only for this owner itself. Then in this case, it's quite hard to look at it highest and best use from a valuation perspective on that part of it. So for valuation purpose and the purpose of sale and purchase with the highest and best use value in the sense, because what happens is that when you sell a property, right, you want to get the highest price. And usually we'll look at the highest and best use within the framework of fiscally appropriately justified, legally planning allowable, legally permissible, and financially possible. So in this case, when you buy, when you purchase a time, you make sure that what you pay for it is the highest and best use. In future, you have to sell it, what you get also. So generally for purpose of valuation and sale and purchase, you look at highest and best use and we come with the value. Then look at current existing use. There may be cases where you are asked to value based on current existing use. So depending on instruction given to you what to do on this part of it, and then you will refer to the use of property as is on site at the valuation date. So this kind of situation may come when the government buy in Singapore, maybe I would say in Singapore, we do land acquisition cases, we will look at the current use on the site itself, use of the property itself, and we may not look at highest and best use on this part of it. So in this case, existing use is being used as a premise for valuation. So I say existing use may or may not be the same as the highest and best use. If the property has already developed to the highest and best use and is already there, then in this case, we can say that they are equal. But the situation where existing use could be not the highest and best use on that. So if a property is underutilized, right, existing use value is lower than highest and best use value in a sense, right? Because the planning requirements, there is potential for rate to build higher in this case, then your existing use is the highest and best use. I mean, For example, let's say on site, there's just more villa. Okay? In Singapore, there's one case that is now been for sale, and right in the city, very big piece of land on this. The owners have passed away, and the property is now owned by all the beneficiaries. So it's got a small property on that, but it can build into a condominium on the state. So in this case, for that matter, existing use is just a villa on that, which is it won't be very high value. So for this case, it's much lower than the highest and best use. Highest and best use, even though you tear down the villa and allow it, you have a vacant land, but even with the vacant land value is much higher than the value just on the villa on that. So in this case, the existing use as a villa is very little compared to highest and best use, with the potential to build a condominium on that. So that is then you got orderly liquidation is coming to picture. That is the next premise of value. Here, the group of assets in the liquidation sale, given a reasonable period to find a purchaser. We don't do this in real estate that much. We don't see that we value a portfolio of properties and then they all sell at the same time. Okay? Liquidation sale. For businesses, maybe sometimes a business, right? Some equipments, then they want to sell together and say, okay, you sell together another business on that. So for orderly liquidation, it's hardly found in the real estate side of it. So I say it's hardly for real estate on that part of it. And then now we look at just the next category is the one that we do look at it is for sale. The premise of value is for sale, for which is where the seller, sorry, the seller is not the seller is not here by this. Here is that seller is forced to buy. For use of typo there, proper market period is not possible in this case on this part of it. So here it says that sellers is not willing to sell. Okay, this buyers may not be able to carry due diligence because the for sale situation, the buyers may not have all the facts of the property itself, and price obtained will depend on the circumstances of the pressure on seller to sell or reason to sell. As an owner unable to service the mortgage loan. So we find that for valuation for the banks in Singapore, Singapore aspect, we do have to put a for sale value for the bank when we do a valuation for mortgage loan purposes. So for Singapore context, when we do a valuation for the bank, we provide three values. That first value is market value. We also help the bank to find what is cost to reinstate the building in case it's burned down, which is not premise of value here. Then we look in the for sale value itself. And okay, how do we calculate the for sale value? I mean, some of you may ask later. We look at it as about 80% from the market value. If the quantum is like say below 6 million, and then if the quantum is very big, we can look at 75% on market value or even 70% on the market value. If that's the quantum, the value is much higher. So we do put this for sale value inside the valuation report for the bank on this. Okay, before I go to question and answers again, I'm going to ask Teresa to do this session is a bit short. Then after that, I will take questions and answers for this part of it. I'll ask Teresa to put up the quizzes for the y'all, and then y'all can do it. So session 2 itself, it is okay. You have the first question. Okay, come. The questions are up there for you already on this. First one is price equals to value. Okay. What is the answer? Okay, can come and just try. The second one, okay. Okay. Then the second one is existing. You can look at here is buildings kept as long as on long-term ownership, fixed assets. Is it true or false? Okay, market value is a common basis of value. Okay, true or false? So you have real estate. Real estate has no value when it's not useful. Last question here is that highest and best use is not a premise of value. So let's look at, okay, see the question. Okay, okay, question one itself, very good, most of it correct. Here the statement, it says that price is equals to value, which is not correct, because we know that may not be equal to value, so we cannot make a statement of like price is equal to value, because as you say, can many values to one price, and value may be equal but not always all the time, in a sense, on the part of it. That is for question one. Okay, very good. Again, you know, we already mentioned that if you keep the buildings of long-term ownership, yes, long-term ownership, in a sense, already, you know that it's not for it's not, in this case, it's got for continuous use long-term, right? Long-term ownership, that means continuous use. It's not a kind you dispose of it everywhere quickly. In this case, so here, buildings that are kept a long-term ownership, they're considered as assets, fixed assets. Correct. I'm sure you all use this. Market value is the common basis of valuation. Then the third one is that, okay, this one a bit, some of you, some of them a bit more not of thinking otherwise, is that, yeah, generally we talk about real estate as no value. No value is a monetary terms, in a sense. Here we talk about value here is when there's no usefulness of it, then you won't pay for it. You pay very little for it, or you don't pay, or there's no value at all on this. You cannot put a value on that. So in this case, it's no usefulness of it, then there's no value on that. That's true. The last question is that highest value is not a premise of value. Yeah, we just covered that part of it. That highest value is a premise of value, and it's very important. Premise of value in general valuation. You know, if we do market value valuation, in a sense, definitely you look at highest and best use of this. And what do you mean highest and best use? We look at, first, is strictly permissible, appropriately justified. That means in this case, you look at branding, legally permissible, financially feasible also on that part. That means in this case, you can build a building that's so extremely you know, expensive, but actually there's no value to it on that part. Yeah. So that is the 5 questions. Any questions that you want to ask concerning the question, the quizzes, or I also open it to the floor to know any questions that I'd like to ask. Let me see the chat now. Let me try to look to the. I'll close this. Let me put the chat by the side. Okay, any questions? I will stop sharing. Let me try and do this. Okay. Okay, any questions that like to ask on this? But this sessions is about the valuation concepts, the basis of value and premises of value. No question here? I love the participation and know from your on that and know so that we all can you know, understand and where the part that I can supplement, where the part that for which you know I need to go deeper on this part of it. Is this a general consensus or general also trend in Cambodia that most valuers use market valuation? Is there a question coming?
Hello, Miss Haley. I'm Suthir.
Yes.
Yeah, from 828. I have one question for you. Could you define, let's say, in section valuation concept? Please define real estate, real property, and asset. What is the difference? 3 of them.
Oh, the real property, okay, real estate itself we know about is land plus the permanent improvements on the land itself. So the real estate. Then we have real property is talking about is the benefits, the legal interest on this one. But asset itself, the definition is like different. Asset goes on that property. Okay, we have fixed asset and current assets, right? The fixed assets are the current assets are one that, like example, the products that you make, the cash in hand or this thing, the current assets where you hold it. There's even the goodwill and intangible are your asset. I mean, you consider there is asset value to it. And real estate is one of the asset class for that matter. Then under this asset, we have current asset, current asset and fixed asset. It's not real estate part of it. The current asset is with the units that a developer has. They sell those units, or investors, they buy, investment company, they buy and sell real estate. So they don't hold it for long term. Use it for continual purposes. So we have fixed asset of real estate is those cases where you keep a long term because you use it for a business, for the manufacturing, for providing your services. Maybe you are a valuer or real estate agent, or either one. You own an office, use a place to do your business. So you keep that real estate for the office unit for a long term. So that one, it becomes your fixed asset. So real estate is one of the asset class. Yeah. So because assets in accounting work, it can be even the plant, machinery, on this. It can even your chairs, all this thing that you say office, you know, you keep a long term. This is also part of your asset because it's part of you keep a long term. But as far as the real estate part of it, we don't talk about the chatters on this thing. So real estate is one of the asset classes. Okay, do you have a question further from that? We can say real estate is a subset of asset classes. It's a subset of assets.
Yeah, thank you.
Come. So I mean, if we adding from that, so for us we do real estate valuation, right? So we just get real estate part. There are people who do plant machinery valuation. They do those kind of chapters valuation on the sense. Maybe Cambodian, I mean, maybe perhaps your institutes have this, but here we're talking about real estate part of it. We're not talking about those kind of assets like the plant machinery, equipments, that asset we're talking about for valuation.
Hello, Madam Liz. You hear me?
Yes, Ken.
Yeah, I'm Hon from Evaporation. I want to have a question. I want you to clarify about the both asset and properties, because some meaning in the standard report of the standard report, they say talk of many times they say about the asset, but in culture of Cambodia, we mean about the valuation on the properties. So sometimes I feel confused. So can you clarify about this?
Okay, if you want to, I didn't go to the definition of that part of it. A property is that you want to go a very general use of property. You can have personal property, right? That means it's actually ownership, personal property, and in this sense, it's the use of real estate. Even a property generally can be a personal property or real estate, and real estate with the real property rights on this thing. If we generally talk about it, if we, let's say in this, of course, in this class, we talk about property is more real estate side. Even personal properties, we usually talk about it are those that are movables. It means the chapters on this thing. They're owned by the personality in a sense, which I didn't actually do the slides on it because I didn't want to, like, say, add other things and to kind of like to diverse the focus of this course. So if you talk about property, general English word, but you got personal properties and real estate. Generally, we talk about it. Of course, when we talk about real estate property itself, then we refer to the brick and mortar of this thing. And then for personal property, you talk about those movables, those chatters of this thing, the personal, it goes with the it kind of like, you know, your ownership and you carry along. But real estate property itself is that it's got a characteristic, it's not movable, and it's there. The property is there. Then the real property part is put in the rights, the interest, the benefits that go into it. So that makes a difference when we talk about property as a real estate property. Even though summarize in short, there are two types: personal property and real estate part of the property. And we generate, but we talk about, if we do a valuation report, we use a term property. So that's why we always got this thing called address of the property. We always talk about address of property. We have to put in the legal description of the property. I'm sure Cambodia have also a way to legally describe the property. Singapore, we got the address of the property, like CVEA is Street 37, 317, Phnom Penh. So there is address on that. On that, there is a physical, and then there's a legal description on this. So Singapore have two parts: the address of the property and also the legal description of the property. Because address the property usually will have the house number, the street name, and for Singapore they have a postal code. I believe in Cambodia have your own way to describe. For Singapore, we have that part, and also have the legal description, which is the one was shown in the title with the address. What I say is that sometimes the address can be reused for another. As if the place is being changed, subdivided, some of the address can be reused. So we always refer to two things: the address and also the legal description. That means the legal information in the title.
Okay, thank you for your clarification. But
Yeah.
I want to clear about the asset and different between the property. You understand what I mean?
Yes, I know when you talk about
Yeah, yeah,
property, yes, we have so-called the real estate property, right? And
Yeah, yeah.
also the general personal property on that. Yes, we sometimes language-wise we use the term property. If we talk about valuation report, when that's why to talk real estate property, you always must make reference in our reports that we talk about it. It's about the address of this. So that's why when we talk about property, generally people when they put residential property, commercial property, I know that conversation-wise, general conversation when we talk about property, we like to talk about real estate property because that is a common everybody can think of. Personal property, it can be very different, right? Your personal property may be different from another personal. So generally, when talk about conversation things, people don't really talk about personal property unless you have friends or maybe close. But even personal property, it's very hard to look at market value. You don't talk about market condition that much. You probably talk about that when you have personal property, you probably don't use the word personal. You say, oh, I got computer, I have a car. Right? Personal property, you tend to use the particular product's name. Right? We don't just talk about general, but when we talk about property in a general conversation, we tend to refer to real estate. But you want to be very technical about it. You want to be really looking from the point of view of the technical language of this. Yeah, property have two parts: personal property and real estate part of it. Generally, that technically we have two definitions, but in a normal conversational part of it, we know that personal property, we don't use the word personal property so like loose like that. We always talk about personal property of the specific product. Computer, laptop, TV, or your iPhone. You will mention the particular personal property, the personal type of personal property you have. When we talk about real estate property, people tend to just use the term property. That's why I think sometimes we get a bit, but general conversation, because we know when we talk about property in the market talk, general conversation, a lot of time when you talk about general conversation, people will talk about property, it tend to refer to real estate.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, I mean, we can identify that, right? Because when we talk about personal property, we never use the word personal property.
Yes.
We always talk about computer, laptop, iPhone, Samsung, or you got special brands, and Cambodia, some things to say on that. Well, property usually that's a general way we come together. That is kind of market talk will definitely generally means real estate. But officially, you have to be careful in the valuation report. So we always must refer to the address of the property and legal description to know that it's a real estate we're talking about. And we need to put definition that we talk about market value. What does it mean on this?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your clarification.
Ms. Lee, I have a question.
Yes.
I have one question. So, how do we determine the for sale value of our property to put in our report?
Okay. Depends on your client's requirement. I say in Singapore, the banks does ask us to put in a for sale value. It's not compulsory. It's not a case that you have to put for all cases, because it depends on your purpose of valuation. What is the assignment given to you by your client? If your client just asks you for market value, just put market value. Don't put a for sale value. But if the client, like a bank in Singapore, they want to know the for sale value, For the bank, they want to know what is the risk. The forced value is given a position to say that what happened if the person, the mortgagee, cannot then pay for the loan. Okay. The bank lends it to the person, the mortgagee, and he cannot pay for the loan. What is the kind of value? What is the kind of amount of value that this property minimally after on for sale likely to get from the market? So they know their risk. That means if let's say this is a value is 1 million, market value is 1 million, and then the for sale is 800,000, let's say. In this case, that means they know that if the person default in the payment, if they're going to sell in the market, the value is 800,000, they probably get a price about there in a sense. So they know their risk for lending up the amount of money. So I say the for sale value is only used when the client like asks for it, and generally only the financial institutions will ask for it. If your client is one that doesn't need it for you to put, don't put at all. So depending on your instruction from the client and who is the client that they ask for this. So some client may ask you what's it, you put existing use, and the highest and best use. Then in this case, you have to follow instruction and put in the value accordingly. A for sale value is not a case and it's not part of a standard that you must put for all reports. This is another question. Sorry?
I have a question.
Yes.
You have raised 4 premises of value, and so these 4 premises of value will cause a different kind of method of valuation, or only it make the value different only, or they use different method on each of the premises?
Okay. The 4 premises of value also from there you can decide what method to be used. What method to be used to do, because basically tomorrow we're going to like the primary method is the direct comparison method, income capitalization method, and also the other part is cost method. So the premises of value per se is basically how you value the property. Okay? Whether one premise of value can end up use 2 methods, that's possible. Example, I use the highest and best use premise. You may look at comparison method. You also can look at it from a point of view income method, income capitalization method. So it can have many more than one method, one premise of value. It can have that. But finally, when you can use more than one method, but you need to reconcile your value. You need to put one value. You cannot put a range of value. As valuers professionally, we don't give a range of values. We give one value, which we call opinion of value. So existing use, we got existing use, current use, right? In a sense, you may want to look at cost method in the sense that land plus the depreciated building, existing use, or you look at existing use from now existing use, how much this property now I can get rental from. Because example, existing use just now the villa. You just look at it, existing use for maybe 50 years, 50 years. Then you look at it, what's the income base of villa method, and look at it, and you value it according to use income capitalization method on this one, because you just look at existing use on this part of it. A lot of time for the short leases that we value, we tend to look at just existing property, because financially financially may not be feasible for you to go and rebuild. Let's say you left only 10 years. You go and build a property, you take 3 years to build, less 7 years only. Your returns might not be there. So maybe for this case, we just do an income capitalization method based on what's the rental for existing use. So in short, a premise can have more than one method of valuation.
understand. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Just can I go back just to the for sale value? I think one of our team has asked about the about that already, but I might just want to know a bit further about your adjustments or clarifications. You mean like if the property values 1 million, right? So for sale value might be 800,000, for example.
Yeah. Yes.
So 20% discount from the market value.
Yes.
So how would you arrive at 20%?
Okay.
Is there any certain adjustments for different properties, or is there a technically practice in Singapore? Can you share us on that too?
Okay, I must say that it's practically practice in Singapore. If you want to really look at the case, then we should analyze all those kind of for sale values, right? I mean, very good question. You did do a proper research, then you should be look at it in the case of, let's say, okay, we know the market value is this, but now go to the market, how much people are prepared to pay for it. So if we get enough data, that will shows how the market behave, right, for sale value purchase. A purchaser, understand? That is the best ideal scenario to come up with a percentage of value on that part. I must say that there's not enough data to do so, and we have put 80% for values for me, my company. Look at my company, so it's not a national standard, and so there's no national standard. Better in mind also. So as ISV, although as I'm a valuation chairman, I will never put inside the standard. And God, I said this is definitely 80%. We don't put that because different firms can have different practices. You are right in a sense. Very good question. There's not enough. That won't be a case of so many non-performing loans that it costs for sale value. If there's a lot of this kind of cases, it's very dangerous in the country, right?
Right.
Because oh my goodness, wow, so many of non-performance cases to analyze.
Because actually, it's very hard to apply the same. Of course, in Cambodian, it's still the same. We still cannot find the normal standard practice for this kind of value. It still come up with different values from different valuers. But there's a lot of different kind of properties, right? Different kind of properties, different amount of properties, different location of properties, different use of properties. So if it's happened to the case to be sold, so the same assumption might not apply. So for example, if the property is 100 million, how much you are going to apply? And is there any time limitation within there too? So I think it's good if you have that standards and we can learn for our values here too.
I love that standard. Unfortunately, I must also say that I don't have, because what I'm saying is that what happened is that your value, your market value will be determine the use, the type of use, right? So your first level is a market value will determine the type of use. Okay, next question is after that is that if this kind of prop use, whether what is the people prepared to come in to buy in the market of this thing is that whether it is what is the percentage? I unfortunately I don't have. In the case we don't have, in a sense, the other thing was that when if this kind of cases come, people tend, if they're buyer, if the 10% drop, they may be happy to buy because they see a potential. You know, they see a potential on that. You got a point. I actually the next in Singapore context, in Singapore context is that, I mean, since we are sharing this, Singapore context is that sometimes you cannot see that this is a for sale value. You cannot tell because when the transaction, those who maybe not, the transaction that is been registered in the government database, they don't put the word as for sale, but you can tell from the price is the case, or you can find from the agencies that do auction and maybe some auction, and when they do auction, they do put an indication that is mortgagee sale. Then you can analyze. Okay. I just got to wait for. Okay. What happens is that I have a student who tries to study this area. He could not come up with data. A student tried to do it. I mean, student, he's trying to look at it, but he could not find the data for this. That's the thing, because he can find low prices, but in a sense, but he could not pinpoint exactly that this property is a for sale unless he got.
Sorry.
So unless you have information of that information of that property that's been sold, that means basically you must go look at agencies that do auctions, or you got information that this property is mortgagee sale. A lot of time in Singapore, I said it's the banks, they want to do a mortgagee sale, they put it to auction because it's transparent. Everybody knows about it, and so that is they can look at the highest price they can get from the auction to sell the property. Those kind of situations we can get records. Unfortunately, as you say, nobody likes to be in the position. NPL cases, that means non-performing loans, so the data is limited. Good question. Maybe I'll ask the students next time to try and look for data on this area.
Thank you anyway. If you have it, wish to have too, because you know, our data here, like I would call it like not a messy, but not a really data. And you were there in Singapore, all the data are listed in government and reliable transactions. For example, if you find a exact market value, of course, first value will be there, right? But yeah. Here it's very hard to find the market value. But if something wrong with market value, then the first value will be followed.
Yeah,
that's what I mean, right?
Yes. You're very right in the sense, because the student also trying to look at this. Is let's say that is the case. If let's say you got a for sale value, because the data goes into the information pool, and it becomes your evidence of value, right? Because it becomes evidence of value. You find a low value, then next buyer come along. No, market shows that the price has come down. I'm not prepared to pay higher. Yes, and the student trying to do that, and there's no very strong conclusion, or either not enough data to see a conclusion of that market value, because it affected, because you know data shows a low price transacted, because there's not enough around. So people will see it is an outlier. I mean, it's a special transaction. Good point in a sense. These are challenges for valuation that we face.
Thanks a lot. I will let our our brothers and sisters have a chance to talk to you. Thank you.
Can I? Yeah, maybe I think after this, then I think I have an hour for this. But never mind, because we this I mean the time is way more flexible, so that you know we can exchange, because that means the challenges we have is very international. It's not peculiar to one country. I mean, I share with you my country's challenges also, so that we know that this is a problem, that how to prevent, if of course some data can come out, that is very good. I mean, we all can learn from each other. Any other questions before I allow you for a break?
Hello, Hailey.
Hi.
Yeah, I have other question related to Mr. Swan. Ask you related to the valuation standard in Cambodia? And also, I would like to can you share us about how the many company that evaluate on the property, how they manage and collect all the data, keep a standard one?
Sorry, can I rephrase is how do they maintain a standard? Is it for the valuation firm to maintain a standard? Is it? Did I hear you correctly on this question?
Yeah.
I mean, are you a council member from CVEA?
Yeah. Let's say, as you see, we have a lot of company that focus on value add. So we have many data that focus on the value add one property but different price. So that's why we want to
how do you make sure
hear from you, from your experience at you.
Well, that is okay. Yeah, how do we regulate the standards in Singapore? I will say that okay, we also have challenges in the sense that sometimes the value difference between 10% is acceptable. In the industry, the law, the legal, I mean, we have done cases and the court cases to say 10% difference is acceptable. Of course, when it comes to very big property, 10% is a lot of money, right? 100 million, 10% is 10 million. 100 million is 10. So the 10% is a acceptable difference between two values in a sense of this. So when this what we have happened is, I say the value range is very high. We have the authorities that look at those cases or like accepted those kind of cases, will send to us for review comments, and then we comment on this. If let's say there's a need to, we let them investigation, and the authorities need us to investigate on the valuer, then we have to investigate on this. Yeah, one example we had is that we work with the Singapore Stock Exchange, because this Singapore Stock Exchange do accept REITs listing, right? So property values come, and this is an international case in a sense. So the values range was quite a lot. They came to us, and then we actually had to comment on the valuation, and we also like work with the authorities to look at track records of valuers. That means we are looking into this area also, where you keep a track records of the valuers in terms of things that come in, so that when authorities, we need to do a reference check, they will come to the association to do so on this part of it. So we go by that route of this. Singapore also, we have to go by route, and somebody bring the case to us, or we get to bring a case to us that is a case of risk. We have, I mean, this is an area also, I must say that we also like trying to improve, where really the values, we come across reports in this one. We hope to actually come up with a committee where we maybe have to like tell the person that, hey, you have done also correct. I also understand that it may be a challenge, because if we are council members or volunteers or committee members in your association, we all volunteer our time. We got our own work to do. Sometimes we don't have the resources. Understand that is a challenge also. Is whether do we have a team to review the case on that. I suggest that if, in fact, a very good is that you can work with the government authorities to get the act, has something to like give you all the mandate to look at things on that. We work in an indirect way with the government departments in Singapore, where some departments, they need to do a reference check. They do a reference check. Let's say the track record, the compliance of this thing. So that's how you want to regulate the standards of the industry. And from there, we were able to improve the profession. And also the other way is that for our standards, we will tell the government authorities, especially the private sector and government authorities, that these are our standards. And please look at the standards when you want to engage valuers, or you want to engage valuers, or you want to get valuers in a panel. So we go more towards a soft way and indirect way to regulate the profession. In Singapore, I understand where you're coming from. What are the different values on this? 10% is acceptable, but more than that, then if there's a case, the institute can take up with authorities and look, this case, give them the backing, the association backing to look further, and so that the message will go out to the industry, to the professional. Hey, hello, the association is looking at it, and the association, and then you work with the government, that means that there is teeth for association to regulate the valuers. There must be some form of so-called the word English, the word teeth. That means there's some form of ways to allow the authority, the mandate to regulate, and not they will say, who are you on this? Does all valuers have to be a member of CVEA? The secretary can answer me. And is it compulsory in Cambodia? Anybody can like to contribute here? Where's everybody?
No one can share.
Huh? No one.
No one.
No one can answer this question, is it? Okay. Okay. We got it. Okay.
I think that everyone can say, like CVEA representative of CVEA can say us we are so young on this sector.
Yeah, some CBA committee members inside here is right on this. So for us, like in Singapore, we work with the licensing authority on the part of it, that there has to be a member SISV before they can renew their license. So there's one level check, and we work with Singapore Stock Exchange to say that the valuers must have, let's say, do stock exchange properties, they have near 5 years experience. And then we work them that if need to do a preference check, HGS can come to us. So we have some broad agreement. Because Singapore, we had to be self-regulate most of the time, all the time, self-regulation.
Okay, thank you. I got your point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's now in 11:03. Okay, I'll let you have, and maybe in this case, until 11:15, we'll come back again for session 3. Okay. 11:15, we'll come back. We'll let you have your break for now.
Yes, okay, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now must do this again. Okay. So for session 3 itself, we're going to look at the principles of valuation and purpose of valuation for this. Okay, let's okay, first of all, we're going to look into various principles of valuation. Okay, what do we have here? First of all, we'll look at with supply and demand. This is a principle of valuation on this. And we look at principle of competition. We kind of cover in a way when we look at different aspects of value, real estate value, and so for this, the principle look at it with competition around, then effects of value, the principle of substitution, and then the principle of anticipation, and lastly the principle of contribution. These are the 5 principles we look at it for valuation. Okay, first I will look at supply and demand. Supply and demand determines the price level of this, and for which also eventually it determines the value in the sense that is there a great demand, then that means the value will goes up, price go up, values goes up on this, because the evidences of the transactions will be the one indication for us on that part of it. So let's look at principle of supply and demand. You can see in this case, if we have the situation in the sense that there is a decrease in supply, then in this case the price goes up because the price will reduce. And this in Singapore, as I mentioned, during the COVID 2020 and 2021, the prices went up because the number of units that can be completed by the developers have been slowed down because the workers are few, and some of the workers has been what do I say, restricted to work in certain sites only. Before that, the workers, the construction workers, can work at different sites at different time of day or different day of the week or this thing, so they can spread the workers in different sites. But when the COVID came, the government restricted, they say, okay, worker A can you work on site A, cannot work on site B, site C at this for the week. So end up you have got resources being reduced, and we actually had this crunch in terms of the units can be completed, and that because of this, that means some people have to wait longer for their flats and all this thing. So you find the supply has been decreased, and because that prices also went up. Then you have situation is increase in demand. We okay, same time is that the rental market in Singapore has gone up during that period is because a lot of them, they sold their house and then they don't have their new units, the new property real estate they bought, they haven't got it, so they have to find someone to stay. But the matter in this case, demand went up. Because the demand went up, the rental market went up in Singapore. Phenomenally, there's an interesting case is that during the period of 2021, Malaysians that come to Singapore to work, they are stuck in Singapore, because if they go back to Malaysia by just driving across the causeway, they cannot come back to Singapore again to do work because of the restrictions of COVID period. So a lot of them are stuck in Singapore and they have to find places to rent. For that matter, the demand went up and the rental of flats, apartments went up. So the rental went up. So in this case, here I'm put our prices, but same issue if we talk about rents, that it had the same kind of impact on this one. Then of course, because a decrease in demand, then the price will go down. And this happens to the shops, as mentioned earlier, because during COVID 2019 for year 2020 and year 21, you find that the activities in the shopping malls are reduced. Like in Singapore in 2020, we have a period of lockdown, we call it circuit breaker on this. And so we cannot go out and buy, do shopping on this thing. People buy through online on this. So e-commerce went up, but retail shops business went down. For that matter, it becomes that some shops are closed down, some even restaurants are closed down. Even that means basically rents will be affected because in the case of that, there are more spaces available to rent, demand goes down, right? So for that matter, the rental went down and the values of the shops also went down. That is for principle of demand, supply and demand. Then the next one, look at part of it of this supply and demand is that the factors of what are the factors that affect supply and demand. Okay? What are the factors that can affect the supply and demand? One of we have is the population demography. So we have this situation, maybe is household formations. More young people are getting married, so they need new houses, new homes, new house flats in a sense. Cambodia is probably a young population, maybe more young population in Singapore. The fact in Singapore is an aging population kind of demography. You have more older people than younger people. I think the birth rate is less than 2. It's not, I think it's the birth rate is less than 2. So you find that the birth rate is less than 2, Singapore cannot even replace the population that's passed on all this thing. So you find that in Singapore, population seems to be kind of like towards the older generation. So you find that housing requirements are more for the older type people, older type housing in a sense on that smaller room flats. Cambodia, I believe, is a different position. Cambodia, we have young people getting married already, so you may need new household formations of population. Demography will affect the so-called demand, especially for the terms of residential properties, which also when you have more spending power people, then maybe you form a retail part, the dining part will be affected in terms of upward trend of values. Then we say income and saving is, we say that as more people come out to work, the young people, then the income and savings, you'll find that expenditure will be more. That's where you find that, yeah, they're prepared to buy real estate, buy property in sense. The other part that affects the valuation and the financing and the low interest rates. Is it financing is easy to get for the property, the purchase, or not? In one stage, the last 2 years, interest rate in Singapore for the housing loan is like, it can go now to 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, even 1.8 recently. So these are the issues. If we say the financing is easy, then they will want to come into the market, real estate market itself. The other thing that affects the valuation or the value of the property is also, like, example, the taxation. Singapore, it came out with this policy that if you buy a second residential property, you have to pay additional stamp duty. The buyer to pay additional stamp duty for residential properties. So higher stamp duties for purchase of subsequent additional residential properties in Singapore. But if you buy a commercial property, your stamp duty is the same whether you buy 1 property, 2 properties, or 3 properties. So it end up many people may want to now change to look at buying commercial property. So that means demand for commercial properties will go up. And this has happened in Singapore is that the shop houses are considered as non-residential properties. So for that matter, investors are going into that market to buy properties. This is Singapore context. The labor supply, here in the sense of demand, example, COVID-19 resulted in shortage of construction workers. For that matter, you find that units are, supply of units are even been reduced or is not increasing. So that creates a situation of supply decrease and prices can go up. Supply of land, yeah, how Singapore controls, let's say, is the situation that not enough units. One of the, you all have asked, how Singapore does. So the supply of land. So how does the supply of land in Singapore can be done? Because we are really scarce in terms of land area compared to Cambodia on that part of it. So what happens is that government will come out with land or the government will sell the state land, the government land, for this part to residential properties or even commercial developments on that part of it. Or we have so-called just now the collective sale, where all buildings, the owners come together collectively and sell their estate, their development, so the developers can buy it, tear out the old buildings and redevelop to new and higher stories on this one. So maybe here is a very interesting phenomenon in Singapore that I shared. I was involved in one case in the so-called collective sale. The old estate, if you sell in the market, a unit is $600,000. This is Singapore currency at the time. When they sell collectively to the developer, because there is potential for the land to go build more units, each owner in the estate of 600 units, each of them get at least 2.1 million. So it's almost more than three times the value if you just sell the unit on their own. So you find that in Singapore, this potential of collective sale comes in picture. In Singapore, of course, this happens because the government make it easy by the laws to allow this collective sale to go ahead. There's an act on this one to do so. The planning controls. So the planning controls, they want to determine, right, what's the supply and demand of property units, properties and demand. The planning controls is the one decide on what supply and demand can come on this one. And lastly is the government policies. I mean, planning controls and government policies are related. So government policies can be the one that you curb the supply, curb the demand. Like example, relates back to the taxation or this thing. They say that restrict the type of developments can build on there, or the charges they want to levy for the land that you own estate. Example, in Cambodia, just now we had mentioned that, you know, minerals below you buy, you must pay the government. So you have policies that you make it the demand for certain type of properties more difficult on the part of it. So government policies come into picture that affects the supply and demand. Then you look at it, you have competition. And this one, we all know in a sense that it will have situations, right, that the ability to earn proper supernormal profits will result in competition. You think that this property has potential, there's a potential of it, then in this case, even extra money or this kind of capital appreciation, then there'll be competition. People all want to go and buy, to buy it. Then this results in a competition of this one. And also competition comes by a lot of demand, supply and demand. So there is competition. That means you are in a situation that the competition by supply, the supply coming in, competition, more supply coming in, and so it affects how the competition that in that sector. And the demand is that the type of purchasers that you come in that will also affects. In Singapore, the situation now is that when the project is very popular, what they do is that they will tell you that why don't you put in your check of, let's say, $1,000 to show your interest. So then the developers will look at, oh, what is the demand? The supply is there. What's the demand for this particular, let's say, type of unit? Then from that, they do the pricing. That is happening in Singapore. That means basically they look at your interest first on that, especially those projects that is very popular on this. There sometimes there are cases where people queue up to buy the unit, but nowadays you don't see it in Singapore. But once you have this thing that they will queue up to buy, they queue up to buy, you know, popular. So for popular projects where there is a lot of interest, they may do this kind of thing, because basically they look at the competition, and from there, what is the pricing to be put on that property or the unit. So the next principle of valuation is substitution. This is what someone have asked is that, you know, a prudent buyer, anyone going to buy a property or pay for property, you will not pay more for property than the cost to get another pretty similar property as a substitute. These are substitute in the market. I earlier mentioned that sometimes it's very difficult to find exactly the same property in another similar property. You can be similar, may not be exact. It's a duplicate model in for that part of it. So from valuation point of view, this means of substitution is say that a prudent buyer will not pay more than, you know, you can get another unit to substitute in a sense in the market on this one. So for that matter, you not pay more, so you not pay more than the price of another similar property, which is the substitute. So that means the general principle is that if I can get something substitute, no, and same price, and I won't pay higher for this one. So that is the mindset of a buyer, the behavior of a buyer. So the principle of anticipation is also in the behavior of buyer in the sense of this. So in the principle of valuation is that the current value of the property will depend on what anticipated, right? Utility or income that can be obtained by the owner in the future. So same thing is that you look at it, you think there's potential, right? Then you pay for it and think that you pay, but there's no potential. If you think the market is going to go down, there's no potential, you want to buy, right? So you think the market is going to fall in next 6 months, then you won't want to buy because you don't see any benefit on that to buy the property. So for valuation, you also think of this kind of behavior for valuation purposes. So current value is always the present value of expected future benefits and ownership. So basically, that is how the current value is. You look at what's the future benefits and you bring the benefits to the present value on this one. Let's look at then you prepare to buy the property. Contribution, result contribution is that, see, the value of the component of a property depends on the amount it contributes to the value of the whole. So sometimes we have property that got different components of this, and then we have to value them on a component basis. Maybe example I gave is that you buy a shopping mall. A shopping mall comes with shops, and shopping mall will come with car park. And you get rental from the car parks. Rentals from the shops, and you get income from the car park. So for that matter, you look at contribution from the shops, the contribution from the in terms of contribution from the shops in terms of income, rental income. Then from the car park, you look at how much income you can collect from the car park. Cambodia maybe have a lot, may have a lot of land. Let's say maybe you don't, your car park is free, but in Singapore, you can hardly find free car parks, public car parks, or car park in shopping mall that's free. Okay, you have to pay to go into the mall, if you park in the mall. Example of rate is that you may pay, I think nowadays is easily Singapore dollars, $1.50 for entry for first hour. Then after that, you pay 50 cents for additional hours, or $1 for additional hour. So there are discount charging rate on this one. So again, back to the component parts of valuation is that yes, you have the shops, you have the car park itself, then you look at two values and then you come up the total value. There's a contribution by each part of the property to kind of find a value on that. So we can look at this principles because we may have different users that you need to look at it to get to look at different parts and then come up with the final value on this. I mean, here, yeah, I shared the car park. I said, what if the developer owns a mixed development, commercial on lower floors and residential upper floors. Same thing, you look at the components part and count the value for this one. Singapore context, there is one group of shop houses where there are shops downstairs, and then the living quarters upstairs. In this case, really the component valuation parts for valuation so that we can look at together. Of course, if we can get comparables for similar type of use, ground floor shops and upper floor residential and direct comparison, we can use that also. So otherwise, you may look at component parts for valuation and then put them together to come to the value of the property itself. So that covers the principles of valuation. Now we're going to purpose of valuation. Very important because each valuation assignment has a specific purpose. We do assignment, we do a valuation report. We need to know the specific purpose because different purpose will serve different functions or different purpose have different values, and it cannot be used for everything. For all types of purposes. Specific purpose must be clearly stated on this. We have situations in Singapore that we try that client asks us to do for mortgage valuation. So the purpose of valuation is for financing purpose. And client went to give the report to the auditors and ask us to comment for financial reporting, and we say sorry, we cannot do so because the purpose is different. Because for financial reporting, there are other requirements need to look at it. So what are the purpose of valuation that we have? This is not the final list. Bear that in mind because I don't want to go back. Okay, that's it. Because sometimes we are purpose is new or different, then that's where your experience expertise are coming. I'll share a little some of this one. Okay. Loan security purpose, which we do a lot, mortgage financing, sale by public auction. Say the public auction, the government will to auction a property because the owner did not pay the tax or this thing. So you need to go to that route to do public auction, or for some reason cannot pay the utility bills, or some kind of reasons that they need to auction out. But usually sale by public auction, we can be very sensitive in the sense if it is for reasons that it's being forced to sell on that part. But there's some public or some owners, they want to do auction. They think that by auction they get the best price, but usually they will have a value to be there so that you know where's the baseline of the kind of price release on that. Sale and purchase purposes, fire insurance purpose on that part. Yeah. Company accounts, financial statements, we call financial reporting. Just like I mentioned on this one, compulsory acquisition on this. Singapore do have compulsory acquisition, especially when we build all the lines that we call MRT in Singapore, mass transit transport system. MRT in short, where they the land they need to build tunnels, so we need to acquire the property, and then so you have compulsory acquisition. Property tax assessments. So for this one, you need to value it. It could be more for tax. This is therefore for tax purposes on this one. This is another area for Singapore property tax we have is we look at annual value, that means annual rental for the property itself, especially built up properties. For land, we do 5% of land value. So that's how the property tax assessment valuation might come in, especially for the land valuation. And then for annual values, then you look at rental valuation. Then as other specific purpose, example, stamp duty. Okay, Singapore situation is because for residential properties, right? If you own one property, your stamp duty is first as 1% for first 180,000 2% next are 80,000, and then 3% next are 40,000. Then above 1 million is 4%. Okay. If you own one property, that is you only pay this stamp duty. But let's say you want to buy a second property, you pay the normal buyer stamp duty, you pay additional stamp duty of higher for the second property. That means you pay the minimum 1, 2, 3, 4%, and then another higher on this one. And I think it's 20% for the second property on that. So for that matter, some people will do is that if husband and wife own the property together, they will split it. That means husband will own one, wife will own one. So this is treated as each of them only have one property. So we have this kind of situation where we do for valuation for stamp duty purposes on that part of it for this kind of transfer. So let's look at, for the purpose of valuation, what sort of values, what sort of basis of value that we look at it now. So we look at loan security, and we look at sale by public auction, sale and purchase, and other specific purpose. What's our basis of valuation? In this case, we definitely use market value to look at it for valuation of this type of purposes. This is it's a fact. We know, okay, if the client can ask us a financing on this, then we'll give market value, auction market value, sale purchase market value. Other perceived purposes, generally we put market value unless they give us instruction otherwise. Then look at the next one is the case of purpose of valuation, property tax assessment and company accounts and financial statement. In this case, it can be market value or fair value based on highest and best use of existing use according to the financial reporting standards in the sense of this one. So again, this one you must look at the financial reporting standards that is part of the country's requirements of this, how you do the financial reporting standard. Then you have is a property tax assessment and compulsory acquisition. Then you must go back to the act of your country's what is the provisions in the respective acts in the sense for this. Like just I mentioned for property tax assessments, we got annual value for built up properties. That means annual value is the annual rent. It can be let out from year to year. Then for vacant land, Singapore do not have situation where vacant land is being rent out to people. We don't have this kind. So now for that we have to do is look at land value, multiply 5% to come to annual value for the property tax purposes. Then compulsory acquisition, you look at, we got Land Acquisition Act itself to look at it. So again, Cambodia itself, you look at your act, the relevant acts that affects the assessment, especially for compulsory acquisition. For your property tax assessment, you may have your own form of assessments. Property tax assessment can be land assessment, various assessments of this. If the valuation is required, then you look at the provisions of the act itself. So that's all I have for this one. Again, I'll ask Teresa to do the poll on the quizzes. Then after that, again, we'll do a Q&A on that. And then we can break for lunch, but let's go over. Okay, the first question here, let's do is which is not a principle of valuation. Okay, this first question. Okay, Second question is supply and demand of real estate are not affected by government policies. So the third question is valuation of loan financing is not one of the purpose of valuation. The fourth is the principle of substitution applies to a prudent buyer through a force. And lastly is that the purpose of valuation needs not be stated in the valuation assignment. This one is you find that the answers is like can be okay. First, which is not a principle of valuation, not a principle of valuation. So first one, principle and this competition. Yes, right. It's a principle. It's a principle of valuation. So here be the first question. Then principle of wellness. Do I share? Don't have, right? We don't look at value, don't know wellness in a sense. Wellness is related to a person in a sense. So in this, so this is not a principle of valuation. Then let's look at the third one. Principle of contribution. Yes, remember I mentioned the contribution of the part. So the correct answer is actually that principle of wellness is not a principle of valuation. Second, supply and demand of real estate are not affected by government policies. Yes, most of them got it correct. False, because government policies do affect the supply and demand of the property, and so it affects the principle of valuation also. Affects the valuation also. Valuation for loan financing is not one of the purpose of valuation. Oh, very good. All due to valuation. This the answer is false. That's correct on this. Then the fourth one is that the principle of contribution applies to prudent buyer. True, applies to prudent buyer. Lastly is that the purpose of valuation needs not be stated in the valuation assignment. The answer is that not the means don't need to, which is wrong, because you need to put inside your balance sheet assignment. When you have a balance sheet assignment, you need to put the purpose of valuation. You need to state a purpose. Otherwise, you have a situation the report is used in any form, and that is very dangerous. It's very dangerous for us, as a valuer. So it's very important that you do that. You put in the purpose of the purpose of valuation for the report. So okay. So that is the thing that we must bear that in mind. With this, then I will take questions. Then from there we can go for our lunch break. So let me stop sharing. Yeah, any questions I'd like to ask? Time flies quite fast. I was looking at it.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
With regard to the principle of valuation, I noticed one factor is anticipation.
Yes.
This factor is really hard because it's more on human thinking, and so as a estate valuer, how you can determine all these anticipation factors to be an input in the valuation report?
Okay, good question. That means anticipation, you think what's the benefits? So you think, okay, example I give, yes, if I would say that yes for me, for the more experienced one, maybe you'll see things that, for example, one example I can think straight away is that, okay, you look at this is a case, let's say it's a commercial property. Currently, you feel that for this property, one thing maybe that you're going to see there's a potential, the demand will increase. Demand can be increased. So that means the price, the future benefits, it means you're going to have capital appreciation. So you think of this a future value is the increase in or you the other way, sometimes we look at it is look at the property market cycle, right? Property market cycle is always there's up and down trends. And then you look at it, where's the property market, given also that you look at what is a future supply. If there's a future supply of this type of property is going to be limited, but you know that the way country is moving, that they need is more. So that's why you know that it's a future benefit, future value to it. So for that matter, you will then actually want to buy now. That's the other thing they have is that the upside. They have situation people feel that for commercial properties the rental can increase. A lot of time that is quite a behavior of thinking for a lot of when we look at valuation is that we look at a point of view that the prices will increase, rentals will increase. So when the rentals increase, that means your future income will be higher, future benefits are higher. So for that matter, you're prepared to pay for this property now. So that is, I can see from this point of view is, first of all, is look at for demand supply. The competition part, principal competition, demand supply comes in on this one. And you find that in the sense that on the part, maybe there is potential for appreciation in value. And also the is that also the whether your income, the rental income you can get to be more in future. Or the I think the anticipation is that for this property, you think you can add additional floor areas. You can change your use to other use so that your value is higher. Example is that let's say service apartments. Because I noticed in Cambodian market you have service apartments. So whether these service apartments can you convert to hotels? And you and then you know that the hotel industry tourists are coming into Cambodia. This is the next destination in for the visitors, travelers. That Cambodia is a place that people like to go, and the number of tourists going is there. So whether this potential increase in the can you change the service apartments to hotels? If it can, then in this case you find that you do the sums, you run numbers on hotel revenues, all this thing, and then you come out what with the value you pay for the property itself. On that, yes, at the start, it might be difficult in a sense to look at it, but as we know in the market and you analyze the market, you can see then the projections. A lot of REITs property in Singapore, they do projections like 10 years. See the income growth and this thing. The income growth, then if you look at present value, present value to current, then you see there's a value to it. Whether you pay high for this or you're not prepared to pay so much for it on this. There's anticipation of what's that. I will say that, I mean, being valuers myself, I've just seen that the shop values will go up. The time was pretty low. And I tell people to buy, but then I became very choosy. And I couldn't get one myself. And after that, the price went up. The price went up. By the time I find it's too difficult for me to go in and look at it. I mean, it's a value. So what I'm saying here is that that's where, you know, as you watch the market, as you look at all the statistics and the demand supply of this, you can see what is the anticipation point of view of the future benefits and then from there you will want to pay for it, and for which method. That's how when we do a valuation, we put on this kind of thinking cap to look at it and then we see the value. A very obvious case, okay, the financial crisis. Okay, probably the way you also may know that I'm also not that young. The time in Singapore we got we all have financial crisis in 2008, right? The last one I could see that it's very obvious 2008. The prices went down quite a bit, and 2009 I was able to predict that the prices will come down in first quarter of the 2008 was a financial crisis, and 2009 first quarter I found that likely the price will fall further, and I actually got it quite correct, but I didn't project that the other part where the prices actually shot up. So if one person or another person you look at it, you able to project this, then you find that that is a case you will consider for valuation on that part of it. Then in 2000 in Singapore, 2016, 17, 18, the prices were quite stable. Then you find that for us, then we look at the demand and supply, we feel that there is a likely that there's going to be a price increase. So for that matter, you're prepared to pay based on this anticipation of that part of it. So it depends on market, and you need to know the market information and the supply of units for various type of properties, and what type of what do I say, owners, what type of demand the investors that are coming in for this part of the principle of anticipation. I agree with you, it's not easy on the part of it to anticipate, right? What is the benefits? Any other questions? I must stress that the purpose of valuation is very important that you have to put in, because I say we don't want clients to use your report for any purpose and then you're liable for it. There's a liability for that, and we don't want them to be used so that eventually the finger is pointing at you or coming out with the value, because we mistake. So very important in the valuation to put the purpose of valuation. Any other questions? Oh, everybody is very hungry already. It's 12 noon in Cambodia. Yeah, there's last call before we break for lunch.
I have one question.
Sure.
Okay, so based on my experience, my junior experience, actually, we have different format of report, right? We have different format of report from various company. So how do we rely on each other, like broadening reports from local Cambodia to Singapore? If the format is different, how do we depend on each other?
Can I ask a question? Is that you have to rely on Singapore standards for the report, or you have Cambodian valuers doing Singapore property valuation. I'm trying to understand your question so that I can help to, so that I can give you the
Yes.
right. You mean you have a situation where Cambodian client ask a Cambodian valuer to value a Singapore property?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
I mean, the international company come to evaluate the properties in Cambodia.
okay. Okay, I share
Yeah,
how do you
they
solve
cannot-
this kind of problem, right? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Well, in Singapore context is that let's say a Cambodian client has property in Singapore, right? And this property has been put in the Cambodian's maybe stock exchange or Cambodia to be using. Usually, what happens we do in Singapore is that the valuer from that Cambodian valuer work with Singapore valuer. That means you will work with Singapore valuer so that Singapore valuer can do the valuation, because the valuation has to be done by Singapore company valuer. So the Cambodian will work with Singapore valuer to do the valuation. Similarly, on the same note, let's say a Singapore client has to do a valuation for in the Cambodian market. Yeah, let's say a Singapore client has properties in Cambodia. Then for us is that we were to work with the Cambodia valuer, the local valuers together to make sure that the reports meet the Singapore requirements in terms of the stock exchange, but the inputs, the information, the data must come from the Cambodia side.
So we need to cooperate with each other, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We need to cooperate on this one. So a lot of times for those companies got MNCs, right? Then you work with the local unit of the country. I mean, I'm actually part of Premise Valuers. My parent company is Cushman & Wakefield. So let's say I have a client, a Singapore client that has Cambodian property. Then I have to work with the valuation unit and Cushman & Wakefield in Cambodia and come up with the valuation. So collaboration. Of course, let's say the case where there's no so-called like international, what do I say, different branches of valuation in the world, then we have to work collaboration between one valuation firm in Singapore with another valuation firm in Cambodia on this one. Okay. Singapore context, the Singapore Stock Exchange have come out to say that if the client, if the listed company in Singapore Stock Exchange has property in, let's say, Cambodia, the listed company has to find the valuer in that country that is then recognized in the country to do the valuation. That's how the Singapore Stock Exchange does. The only thing we have done is we have to make sure that the Cambodian valuer has to follow some requirements based on Singapore standards, so that the stock exchange will know what to look up for in a sense on that. If let's say our standards are the same, then there's not much because Singapore Stock Exchange has a manual to say that if let's say it's a foreign property, then the qualified valuer in the country can do it. But sometimes Singapore client may not want to go and source so many different valuers, right? So they may appoint a Singapore valuer. Then Singapore valuer has to work with the partner in Cambodia to come out with the valuation report.
I got it. You got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
One more. I wonder if you have faced any case that the client have corrupted with the valuation sector. Have you phrased that? How do you solve that case?
Or maybe you pressurize to put a different value, is it? Put a high and low value. It means collaborated means yeah. So if this is the case, well, what happens, you say, in the case of this, I mean, it will be a serious offense. I mean, it will become a fraud case already, in a sense, on this part of it. And usually, this kind of cases, usually you end up likely to be in court. Well, from the court point of view, because the court point of view, then the court refers to us. Because for the fraud, for us to prove as fraud, we must have evidence. Because we also must be careful that we cannot, we know, understand, sometimes we know that this, but we need evidence. We need evidence of this, and usually the evidence will come through the courts and this thing, or the situation that is very obvious, it's been stated by the court that this is not right and this is a fraud. Once we get this evidence from the court side, we will take disciplinary actions on that one. But otherwise, how do we prevent this is that that's why you need to have professional ethics. Whether you have to actually really go and tell the valuers that what you do is not right. We only can go by professional ethics and educate the valuers in a sense. I know what you mean, that maybe you because of business reasons, you want to please that customer. You want to make sure that you get business, so you bend forward or backwards to please the customer. That is dangerous, because as a valuer, you have to stand independent, and integrity is very important, because once your reputation is affected, you know that your profession, what do I say? Professionally, you are also been affected in a sense, because people will know about it. But very short answer is that a fraud case like that, we only know through the courts. If we hear in the market, it's very difficult for us to go and pinpoint. And only when clients give us evidence, or sometimes this case come out through the government side, evidence come out to us, then we had to we'll investigate further, and if there's a case of disciplinary action, do we need to suspend the membership? And once we suspend the membership, we will tell the licensing authority, and their license will be suspended also. Is there licensing in Cambodia for valuers? Anybody can answer this one? This CVEA, I mean, for the senior ones that know licensing. Last question before we break for lunch. Okay, in this case, because trying to, so okay, in this case, I'll put it, we come back, now is a 12:10 in your country. We come back in your Cambodian time, 2 p.m. Yeah, I'll let you go and have a lunch. Then we come back for the session 4 for today. Okay, so have a good lunch. Then we come back again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Lee.
The session. So once again, since recording start, then we're going to go into our section 4 today on this. Okay, for this, we're going to look at the basis of valuation. First again, we're going to deeper definition of market value. What do we mean by market value? The basis of valuation in this sense, and then look at market rent, and look at other bases of valuation, which we are called to do also. Because sometimes we may get very challenging assignments. That's where probably we find that we can add value, and commercially we can charge more. Right? We all want to make sure that we're also able to be remunerated or rewarded according to what we contributed for the valuation part of the service. So when we look at definition of market value, what do we mean by that? Yeah, I have highlighted quite a number of phrases because we're going to detail all those phrases on this. But before we go into the detail of those phrases, let's look at this definition. Yes, we give market value is the estimated amount for which an asset or liability should exchange. This is a general definition that look at it. So market value is the estimated amount which an asset or liability should exchange on the valuation date between a willing buyer and a willing seller in an arm's length transaction after proper marketing, and where the parties had each acted knowledgeably, prudently, and without compulsion. So you find that there are various parts of this definition that we need to explain on this when we talk of what do we mean by market value. Okay, first of all, we're going to the estimated amount, right? Here, clearly it says it's estimated amount on this. And here what you have is that it, let me see, I would just say it expresses what the money terms. So it's in a dollar monetary terms on this one, and most probable and best price obtained. Okay, so it's an estimated amount. It's in money terms. You put a dollar sign to it, the currency or country it, and then from there, you come up with a report for this. Then excludes inflation, deflation, special arrangement or term on this one. So look at arm's length transaction. That's why you say it's one that excludes all the special arrangement and term involved in it. And asset or liability should exchange. Okay. Here it refers to the fact that the value of the asset or liability is an estimate. Okay. So the asset is estimate indicates that it is not the actual price. So bear that in mind is again as an estimate. Here we look at is the so-called the economic concept of the worth, the value on this one. And now we do a valuation date. Valuation date is a point in time, the specific point in time that we value the property itself. Market value is time specific and a given date. Okay. Today's market value is different from last year's market value, or it can be even different 6 months ago on this part of it. So bear in mind that it's time specific and a given date itself. You know that 2 years ago, the value may be different from currently. For Singapore, is a value of factory 2 years ago, it was much higher than now. Although the market has come up, but it was much higher. Shop value was much higher than now. In a sense, so you have different values. Or for some properties, 3 years ago, the value was lower than current value. So you have just value estimate and a date, and market value is inaccurate, inappropriate another date. So we cannot take today's market value to apply to a case where maybe you need to find the market value 2 years ago. You cannot say, oh, it's the same. We know that all real estate market is not the case, where the market stays stagnant or stay the same without change. Then the next item that we have in that definition that I showed earlier, we have a willing buyer here. Here is one that's motivated to buy. So a motivated buyer, but not compelled, not forced to buy. They're motivated to buy. That means I want to buy. But not put in the position or buyer's position to compel must buy, forced to buy that one on this. And then one who buys based on realities of and situations of the current market. That means you know the situation, the realities, how is it like on this, what's the market condition in that market that you want to look at those properties on that part. So that means you look at current realities of the situation of the market. Here we're willing seller. Here willing seller is one. Sorry, I was trying to get. Willing seller is one that is not an over eager seller. That means so eager to sell. Once you are very eager to sell, right? Actually, the buyer will know something. Then the buyer won't want to pay so-called a value that is so-called reasonable. You know that you're eager, desperate to sell. Eager to sell, like sometimes the situation is desperate. I mean, it's desperate case to sell. That's why eager to sell. So not a seller that is being forced to sell any price in the sense of this case. No one only sells at unreasonable high price. So it's not a case that this seller say, unless you give me a high price and I sell. This is not the case of a willing seller, or this is case a high-handed seller if you say it was unreasonable price. And then the actual circumstances the owner cannot be considered. That means we don't look at the actual circumstances of the seller, whether he is in desperate need or it's a case that is very difficult. He's just making life difficult and for the sell. So when we look at willing seller, the seller has been one that is willing to sell. He has all knowledge and obviously make a asking price, offer price based on the market information and knowledge on this thing. Yeah, because I just let me in a minute. My mouse is second go. Let's give it a minute. This one. Okay, then the next item we look at is in an arm's length transaction. Arm's length transaction, here we look at what is this? All parties or both parties do not have particular special relationship between themselves. It means both parties do not have special relationship. So they buy on the arm's length that they know there's no relationship at all. The buyer and seller do not know each other. You know, they come together is because this information is the market and the buyers come together. So not a case where maybe the father sells to the son, or maybe husband sells to the wife for some reasons you need to do a transaction on this plan, or maybe between one relative to another relative. No, not those kind of cases. It's not special kind of arrangement or relationship. Assumed transaction is carried out between two independent or unrelated parties. So again, you say that it's unrelated. That's why an arm's length transaction. That is the term that we use. The proper marketing. Proper marketing, what do you mean by that? Is that property has been put in the market for sale in the most appropriate manner. Nowadays, maybe newspaper is not used a lot. We use the social media, we use the website to do an advertising. We may use emailer, email all this thing to find that we'll use this more often. Yes, maybe we still have banner on the property itself. In example, we still see that agents, they put up banner on this. For major developments, they do put in a newspaper. But they put in business times, or we call business time, is that those kind of newspaper with business people will look at it, make investors will look at it on this one. So here, the method of sale is deemed to be the most appropriate to get the best price. So you have a situation, maybe it's a case where for the property to be sold, you go by tender. You put a date to it, and then you invite the tenderers to put the bids. So for Singapore, you find that the very major investment sales or this, you can have situation that they put in the market. When I say put in the market, what do you mean by that? Yes, advertise in the newspaper. For us, it's the Business Times. It's one newspaper and the other is Straits Times. business time, you know, as the name says, it's for businesses that will look at it. The companies will look at it on this one. So also at mailers, when you know you send out emails to the potential developers, investors, or this one on this. So that is a way we look at properties and major ones. Nowadays, in Singapore for houses, you see estate agents sell. How do they sell? They print out flyers, or we call cards, you know, paper to show the properties available for sale, and then they slot into the letter boxes of the owners, so that from there they get no information. Then the length of time being proposed and marketing depends on the property market condition. Because when the market is very hot, you don't have to put it too long, right? Maybe 1 month you can sell. But let's say the market is very slow, and then you may take longer to sell the property for that matter. I think this one is, I think I've shared this one already. Okay, this one I shared this. Then acted knowledgeably, prudently, in a sense that means say that, you know, seller is aware of the nature and the characteristics of the property itself. On that, so in the sense they aware of the actual potential use of the property. So in this case, the seller has this information already, and the buyers also have this information on this. So it's you know the nature characteristic of the property itself. Buyer is informed of the property's nature, characteristic, actual use, and potential use also. Each is assumed to be informed of property, market conditions, at valuation date itself. Presume both parties acted with self-interest to obtain the best price. So for this, we assume that both sides have equal information of the property and the best information on this one. That is when we look at market value of this property itself. So both sides. So for us as a valuer, right? So we make sure that we stand like a seller and a buyer, right? With the best price. So we need to get all the information on the actual use, the potential use, so that when we come to valuation, we get the price based on all the knowledge available on the part of it. And then here we see both parties acted with self-interest, and means basically there's not really special related kind of transactions on this one. So we take the head of a buyer and the head of a seller in a sense, and finally the value that the amount that comes out is the one that will be our opinion of value on part of it. So that's how we look at market value as a valuer. So the last point you have under this definition is that without compulsion, that means each party is motivated to complete the transaction accordingly, and not being forced to complete the transaction. It's not forced to, again, without compulsion. Again, back to me to say that it does a normal flow of time frame, and it's all normally done, and not one special kind of points that you push the transaction or push the values to be one way or the other way on that part. So that's, we talk about market value basis of valuation, and what's the definition of market value. Okay. So here, when we talk market value, it's a conceptual framework and not dependent on actual transaction taken place. Again, remember, we give a value, a market value, as not because of there is a price on that property, then that becomes the value that we put. It may or may not be. Just bear it in mind on that side. It's a conceptual framework and not dependent on the actual transaction taking place on this. So what happened is that you may have a situation that there is a transaction because related parties, but you still have to do a market value. And when you do the market value for that property at a given date, you must wear the head of the situation that is a willing buyer and willing seller that comes in the picture to do this transaction. Secondly, is that we disregard the cost of sale or purchase. So we do not say that, oh, I look at this value, I must take out all the cost of sales and cost of transaction. It could be agency fees, legal fees that you have to incur. For seller in Singapore, if they have a marketing agent, then they pay marketing agent. In Singapore, commission can start from 1% or even higher. You can negotiate with the estate agent and marketing agent and say, then the cost of transaction, you can have it for a purchaser, maybe the stamp duties, the stamp fees, and all this thing. And so that will be the one that you do not take into consideration when we come to look at the market value. That is no offsetting for any associated taxes. So again, here we don't look at the tax position in the sense to count the market value. So no associate tax like then you pay income tax, what other tax? No, this is not part and parcel of the consideration for market value. So bear that in mind, no such kind of consideration to be given. Yeah, I think it's that it considers the highest and best use, which we have covered before, is that market value we look at the highest and best use of the property. It means look at it, actually use the potential use, and from there you determine what's the highest and best use of the property itself. So that's our definition of market value. On this, when the market value, we took up the capital value of a property. So for market rents, now we're looking at how to determine what's market rent. Market rent takes the same definition of market value in the sense that now the parties involved are not willing buyer and willing seller. The parties involved are willing landlord and willing lessee, or the tenant itself. So here you see that the market value is determined as the estimated amount for which property could be leased on the valuation date between willing lessor, which is another for landlord, or willing lessee, which is a tenant, on appropriate lease terms in an arm's length transaction. Again, arm's length, we remember, is not related parties. After proper marketing, where the parties are each acted knowledgeably, prudently, and without compulsion in the whole transaction. So we have the, okay, let's put in this one. Okay. So we have first is the willing lessor. It's not an over-eager lessor. In a sense, again, it's not so desperate to want to lease out the place on this. And sorry, it's not seller. Lessor not forced to lease out any rent, any rent, and not one who only leases at unreasonable high rent. In actual circumstances of the lessor cannot be considered. Then for the willing lessee is that he's motivated to lease a place, to get the place, but not compelled or forced to lease it. One who leases based on the realities and situation of the current market. So he knows what's the market condition when you come to lease the place on that part of it. Okay. This one, okay. Then the next one is the appropriate lease term. We look at it. Terms that are typically agreed in the market for the particular type of property on valuation date itself. So if the terms are not stated, then the basis of valuation is to be based on typical terms in the market. In Singapore, the typical term is generally 2 years. We talk about lease is generally 2 years. Some may have 3 years on this. 1 year is not the typical one. If we look at it, we just assume 2 years for the lease term. Okay, so that is we talk about the market value basis of valuation. We look at market rent, then we look at other basis of valuation itself. Here, market value for existing use or existing use value. They call because market value existing use value. So this part is different from the market value general term of market value. The market value general term is the highest value. So let's say for a case where your basis, your premises, you look at existing use of the property itself, then we have this is called existing use value itself. So it's based on the continuing use of property, the real estate. We hear the I say property, real estate itself. So you look at existing use of the continuing use of the assume the property could be sold in the market based on existing use of this. That means it's only you're going to sold in that way. Okay, and then value in use is a value that specific property contributes to the enterprise. So it's very specific use already on that, and we must put this kind of assumptions inside there when you do the valuation. No regards on the highest and best use or higher monetary amount that can be realized upon sale of this part of it. So in this case, you look at value in use and not on the highest and best use of the property. Then you have the other is depreciated replacement cost on this one. Here, what we are looking at it is that we assume the property is equal to the current market value of the land. Okay, so which is plus the current gross replacement cost of reproduction cost of the improvement, less a fiscal depreciation allowance, and also less all the forms of obsolescence. That means basically you look at current market value plus a depreciated building value of the property. That is when you look at this called depreciated replacement cost basis of valuation. For this basically is land plus depreciated building value. In short, it means that. So may not be market value, may have to use for sometimes very specialized property in the sense of we just input what is a depreciated replacement cost for the property itself. Then your insurance value is based on the terms in the insurance contract. And the valuation for banks, we put this estimated replacement cost. Some firms use for estimated replacement value of the property. In this case, then for that part of it, we just look at what happened is the property is burned down, how much it costs to rebuild again for this. So for this kind of cases, let's say even have an old factory, we will look at different, if what happened in this factory is going to build again, how much it costs for that part to rebuild. And that is basically for the bank to ask the borrower to get a insurance cover for that part of the property. Then we have the for-sale value in the sense we have covered quite a bit of this. The amount reasonably received right from the sale of the property under for-sale condition. On this, as we have been just now a bit of discussion in what is the percentage to use. Yes, there's no international guidelines on this one, and also it varies from country to country on this part of it. For sale means what? Dispose the property right under extraordinary or atypical atypical situation that we have. Normally, inadequate marketing mode and publicity on the part of it. Unwilling seller condition usually is the seller is forced to sell the property, so it's unwilling condition, and disposal is under compulsion or duress. So this usually you have this other non-performance loan, those kind of situation where you maybe get a loan from a loan shark or something like that, and then they force you to sell the property as they come disturb you. I mean, this is sharing something about Singapore, which maybe is not known everybody, is that there's a situation where some owners, if they're so desperate for money, they want to borrow from a loan shark in a sense on this. So what the loan shark have done, some cases we see that they pour paint on the door, and then they may write the name on the lift lobby in a sense on that part of it. They actually make it so tough, and some of them they have to sell the property, so that they escape the loan shark, or they need to start a property so they can pay the loan shark on this line. That's the very ugly kind of situation. But a lot of times with the for sale, we talk about those cases where maybe they cannot finance a loan anymore and the bank needs to take action to sell the property for them so they recover back the loan because they cannot service the loan. So okay, today this part is about the market value and basis of valuation. I'll ask Teresa to again do the quizzes, then we take questions and open for discussion further. Okay. Okay, the questions are up for you to look at it. So you have first one is that an over-eager and aggressive seller is considered as a willing seller. Is it true or false? Okay. Market value takes into consideration cost of sale. Is it true or false? Or question 2, value in use is a basis of valuation. True or false? Then the 4th one, related parties transaction is not an arm's length transaction. True or false? Last one is market value is time specific. Okay. Come. Okay, I see the answers are coming in fast. Very good. Okay, you see that. First one is that an eager and over-eager and aggressive seller is not is false to say is considered as a willing seller. Market value takes into account the cost of sale. Okay. Well, this one is like something is true. You take into account in market. When you buy a property, maybe you take care of when you buy a property, your price, maybe yes, you may consider cost of sale or whatever. But when you talk about market value, what should we answer? We do not take into consideration the cost of sale. So right, in this case, it takes into consideration the cost of sale, that means answer is false. Okay, because we do not take consideration of the cost of sale. Sorry, I'm trying to. So the next value in use is a basis of valuation. Very good, very correct. You could answer. Then number 4, related parties transaction is not an arm's length transaction. So what is the answer for this one? Okay. So what we say, related parties transaction is not an arm's length transaction. Is it true or false? It's true or false? So related arm's length transaction means what? They're not related, they're independent, right? So in this case, when we say that related party is not an arm's length transaction, the answer should be true because it's not arm's length. Okay, on the part of it. So market value is the last one. Okay, market value is time specific. That's very good. That's true. That's very good. I would say that you have been paying attention to the session on this, and this is a part that we need to know, because finally when we do a valuation, we know the basis of valuation, we know what's market value, and from then once we know the basis of valuation, then we may look at methods of valuation, which we can cover tomorrow, Friday, on this part of it, because you need to understand this part of it. And the basis of valuation is the one also come about when we know the purpose of valuation. So it's all related and connected on this aspect of it. Okay, I will take questions and discussion. Any Okay, any questions on this part? Any question on this part? Good. Today, this is today's session. This is our last session before we break for the day, and then later we will go ahead. Friday is a bit long because it's the kind of topics we will cover on this one. Okay. Any questions? Any questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah. Understand from the slide, it seems to me that market value is the common use of base of valuation. But we also have, in the previous session, we have a purpose of valuation, like for loan, for public auction, for insurance and so.
Yeah.
So do you have any standard of a matching between the base of valuation and the purpose of valuation? A standard that in a certain situation, we have to use this base of valuation to fit with this circumstance or this purpose?
Okay, in the earlier slide, I matched the purpose of valuation and the basis of valuation, right? I matched that one. Remember the loan finance purpose, I wrote market value. Okay, then it comes to market value, whether I match the methods of valuation. You're asking this, right? Do I do another match? In a sense, the market value valuation, is there a match for the methods? Then I say that the market value can be any of the three methods we're going to discuss on Friday. I match like purpose of valuation and the basis of valuation, right? In the session 3, I match that. I say for the loans, the loans financing, sale by public auction, on this thing, sales and purchase, you use market value, right? On the part of it. You are asking that in this case, is there a match between market value and what the methods of valuation?
In the previous session, you haven't matched the purpose of valuation with the base of valuation. You only highlight us what are the purpose of the valuation.
I did.
And the following session, in the following session, you teach about a base of valuation. So my question is whether any specific guideline to match between base of valuation,
okay,
and the purpose of valuation. That's just a question. Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to the other slide because that was been matched. Maybe let me just go back and show you the other slide. Just give me a minute.
Maybe I missed it. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Let me go in and open it for you. That is been matched. Okay, just give me a minute. Let me go into it. Okay. Okay, let me just do a screen share. Just give me a minute. You always do this. Okay. Let me share the screen with you. Okay, let me share the screen now. Okay. Okay, you're asking about this one where the matching. Yes, I show you. The matching is been done. Let me just give a minute. Yeah, remember I matched the basis of valuation here, market value.
Okay.
Then, yeah, here you see that the purpose of valuation, the company reporting, look at market value or fair value valuation, and then here we talk about in this case property tax assessments and the compulsory acquisition. Then what is the basis of valuation according to the provisions in the Act? That's the one that I've shared with you for the matching.
Okay, thank you.
Purpose of valuation and basis of valuation on that part of it. Yeah, but it's good. In case you missed it and not clear, it's good that you ask on this one. Yeah. I didn't match is market value and methods of valuation. Okay? The one I will not match because market value, you can use the different methods of valuation, which we'll cover tomorrow. Just in case tomorrow, not tomorrow, sorry, Friday, you ask a question, then there's no matching. It doesn't mean that market value and we can use direct comparison method, no such thing. So there is market value, but you can use the different methods of valuation. Okay, any other questions?
Question?
Yeah.
Can you share us the experience of your valuation on properties like machineries or ports or ships, something like that?
I won't able to share your plant machinery because I'm not an expert in the area. I'm not an expert in the area, but I can share with you experience where what I've done for valuation, okay, so that you can idea. Maybe today we got me more time so I can share things. I actually have done valuation for. I've done valuation for the this cruise center. Actually value what is the rent that the operator to pay to the Singapore government for the cruise center that Singapore government is to be built for the matter. So for that case, it's a specialized property. What I will look at that case is that it's a one, I actually look at what are all the part of ships that we built, and I have to do a projection of like number of ship coming on to Singapore at the cruise center, and then what the revenue they can get from the cruise center. So basically, I had to look the cruise center from the point of view like an airport, but by sea. Because airport we have in Singapore, I can see physically, I can see what the things, but on cruise center at the time what we have is only a very small ferry terminal. So for the matter, I can't actually, I don't have one exact comparable. So I use the airport as a reference and then look at what are the items inside there where the space can generate revenue. From there, then I look at the income, the profits, and then less of all operating expenses, and less what is the allowable to the operator left, and then balance becomes the so-called the rental for the space itself. So I've done the cruise center itself for valuation for that part of it. For other specialized property, because I think that's where maybe I can contribute in the sense I've done driving centers in Singapore, because Singapore has built driving centers where they build the lanes for the students to practice, then they go for the test. So actually I look at driving center before, how to look at the charges on the lanes being used, and look at how often being used, weekdays, weekends, different type of cars on this thing. So I've done that car valuation for the client of this one. The other one that I have done is interesting, but it must find how is that how to value the underground tanks. That means basically on the Earth surface it's a park. Then the tanks are below. Then how do I value those one? In this case, I look at those tanks as like a basement space. And I find the land value at the top, a normal land value, and then I discount, because that means it's further down and there's a discount for it, because it costs, you have to go down, you dig way to go inside. So actually I did the kind of work for the government on this. And the other one I've done for the same organization is, what happened is that, this is a zoo, okay, the zoo needs to build a bridge over a waterway, and the waterway belongs to another government agency. So the government agency wants to charge the zoo for using the airspace, right, to build a bridge across from one side to another side. So I guess I'm actually had to value the airspace. So that is the one that I've done for the government. And I've done the other one that I've done for international schools. It's not the normal schools in Singapore. International schools, they actually had to get the land from the government, had to build, and they can get loans from the bank. So what I've done for those cases is that for international school, and then look at the student capacity, what is the fees they get, and how much profit this, how much revenue the school can get, less all the costs of operations, all these things. Again, look at how much the school need a return. Left over is how much the school will pay, like a rent, and then from that I use income capitalization method. So this the kind of specialized properties that I look at it, and then I have valued them on that. There's only one foreign one that I went to look at it with. It's a shipyard in Batam Island, which is nearby Singapore. And then I went to look at one in another country. It's the shipyard and also a resort. Batam Island itself, where I should look at the number of rooms, the capacity of this to value the property. So if we talk about this kind of valuation, I do quite a bit. I do quite a bit of this kind of, where I don't do normally in a sense, because it counts special property on that part of work for valuation.
Thank you for your sharing.
So I mean, I'm sure like in Cambodia, you may also got specialized properties, right? How do you look at it? And that's when we need to think of what's the basis of it. Okay, we say the basis market value or existing use. Now, because then after you look at what's the method of valuation to be used on this part of it. So even specialized property, if they can get income, get revenue, maybe look at profits method to look at the valuation. Well, that's a good question. I mean, since you ask for expertise, yeah, we have this time, just feel free to ask.
Hello.
Yes.
You are a crew today. Sorry, may I make a suggestion? I mean, in Singapore, do you have a classification of valuers and requirements of each valuer, right?
Yeah.
If possible, if you can share us, because in Cambodian, the valuers still, we are not yet classified. I mean, when you got a license from the ministry, you can do with your limitation.
Oh,
so it might be good to learn if you can share us the the classification and qualification of each valuers.
Oh,
and we see how strictly, how requirements, and then what time frames can you be one and two than others. You know what I mean, right?
Okay. Okay, maybe first I look at classification first, so that then of qualification on that part. Okay, in Singapore, we are very small, so we don't classify that you can do certain type of valuation. We don't have the level of classification in the sense. We only have classification in the sense that real estate valuation, plant machinery valuation category on that part. We never go by like commercial properties, residential property valuation, factory. We can do factory valuation, so we don't have that, which is actually maybe good, because if somebody get a license, that means they can sign for everything. That is very dangerous. So what we have worked with the stock exchange is that they must have minimum 5 years experience in they want to do valuation for the stock exchange, and they must have track record of those cases that they have done for this property they want to value for stock exchange. For example, maybe they have commercial shopping mall, and so they must have track records before they can value for the stock exchange for the client who is going to list it in the stock exchange. So we go by that way. But to say common classification on the part, we don't have. That's where Singapore's context, because Singapore is very small. I understand from China, I mean, I got to use China. It's actually China. They got license. They got grade A license and another, I think it's grade B license. They got this grading of license. That means you have license for local area versus for the whole country, national level. So you have these two categories of valuers. That means local. That means maybe you can only do for that province. Then after that, another group can do for all the provinces in Cambodia. So that's one form of licensing that is then done. For Singapore, it's so small, so we don't have that. Okay, the next part is qualification. So qualification at the moment, minimum is has to be a degree. It's related to the real estate valuation. Is that, and what we do is that the institute do assess the degree curriculum. That means what this degree offers in terms of subjects, and then the industry will go down and actually sit in the lecture on talk to lecturer students about it, what they learn on this thing. And then after the assessment of the curriculum and also go down to site visits, then the industry will accredit, say that okay, this degree is suitable and can be considered as a basic qualification for them to be a member of the institute for valuation purposes. Means they can become a valuer. So we have this accreditation program and Singapore, for which we have accredited the university, and then even we accredit the intake from which year to which year for that part of it, so that we know that okay, they have fulfilled the requirements. Tomorrow, the last section, I'll show you the core competencies that need for valuation, and we do look at those competencies in the qualifications, so that see that the students have studied all those contents or not before we think okay, this degree is suitable for admission for purpose of membership, and eventually for this member to become can be considered as a valuer for licensing. So that's how we do. So we do accredit the kind of qualifications. For Singapore, it's very easy. For the overseas kind of qualification, we have been to the university overseas and went through the process, the same thing. Sometimes we feel that the qualification can come in, but they must serve for extra papers, as they must serve for extra exams for the local knowledge. The local knowledge, so that they are competent enough to look at valuation for property in Singapore. That is what we do for kind of like what is the minimum qualification for enrollment as a member in Singapore Institute of Surveyors. And from there, once they become a member, once they come in, they are considered probational members. Then after 2 years, they have to come for interview. And then when they come interview, they will have a panel of members, the institute senior members, assess the person whether they are qualified enough to become a full-fledged member for valuation. Once it's okay, they become a full-fledged member for valuation, then they can apply to the licensing authority to get the license. So, am I too fast, or any part that you all need me to clarify on this part?
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Cambodian will be there too.
Huh?
I mean, Cambodian will be there too.
Yes.
I mean, in terms of qualification and classification, what I mean, because there's a lot of different real estate classification, right?
Yeah.
So we need certain skills and experts for doing this.
Yeah, I mean, from Cambodia, it's like because I graduated in New Zealand, right? So you may have, I'm sure maybe a classification rural valuers versus urban valuers. Because you have rural valuers, not because they are no, because they're specialized in agriculture, land, plantation, forestry, you know, they are in this category. Then urban valuers are different. So you may have this kind of classification also, and depend, because expertise are different. You may have to come up with certain standards, certain requirements, a checklist for you all to look at it. Yeah.
Thank you. May I have the last question, please?
Sure.
You have mentioned in the market value basic of evaluation, you have mentioned about the conceptual frameworks and not dependent on actual transaction taking place. Can you go through it again, please? I missed this one.
Oh, okay. Basically, when we say market value, right, what we say is that it's conceptual framework. We look at the assumption that there's a willing buyer, willing seller in the sense of this, and then we come with the value on this. Yes, we do may look at actual transactions as evidences of value, but we cannot allow that particular property transaction to become the value. Example, maybe the owner decide to buy for some reason to be maybe 1.2 million, but they only actually market value show is 1 million. So as a valuer independently, we should put 1 million. So we cannot influence it. Oh, they just bought 1.2, I must definitely put 1.2 million.
Okay.
You know, that means we should not allow this influence us. We must look at more than one transaction. If we use a direct comparison method and look at the case and then make our decision on that part of it.
That means about the data collection and condition of data, conditional sales, right?
Sorry, again.
Okay, I got it. Thanks. It's mean about that how you have the transaction, how you have the data and the condition of it, how it sold.
Yeah, you must have more than one data points.
Right.
I mean, at least 3 comparables look at it.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Anything like to ask? Which I, from Singapore perspective, I can contribute. I would gladly do so.
Chair, Professor, I have one question.
Yes.
When we compare the valuation of each valuation company, the market value is always different. So, do we have any procedure to define the correct market value? Because some banks they said that many companies evaluate different market value like that.
Okay, I'm trying to answer this. I think this question has been seemed to be asked before. It's what happened. Different companies have, for the same property, have different values, right? And how do you then evaluate what is the correct value? Am I right to say that? Do I get the correct question correctly? Do I hear the? I understand is that what happened if company A, company B value property D, the same property and different values? How do we know which is correct? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay. Good question. In a sense, I mentioned earlier is that we allow for 10% difference on this, because you know valuation is both a science and an art. It's not exactly, no two valuers will give you the same answer. Exactly. So we allow a 10% difference in value on this part. It becomes too much, that in this case come out, then whether the association need to investigate if the case come to the value, the association to look at it. Then in this case, you are doing a review of the valuation. Then in this case, we you can look at it as a point of view that you ask for the comparables. You look at both reports. Are they for the same purpose? What are the terms and conditions? Assuming it's the same, then in this case, then we may look at it again and come up with one final value on this. And if the both parties agreed it, then independent value that is come out from the association panel, then that will be taken. And maybe this is a good point that I mean, in Singapore, we have cases where the housing authority development board actually came up with a value and the owners are not happy with it. So what they do is that same thing, not happy. So they came to the institute. Institute appoint 3 senior valuers to review the valuation, and then from there they will come up with a value. They'll come up with a value, a consensus value, and this value becomes the final value on the part of it. So this is called a reviewer's work of a valuer. That means the valuer review the work of other valuers. In this case, then you need the reports from both parties and you relook at the facts again and see whether any discrepancy on this. And then from there, you come out opinion value as independent valuer for that part of it. That's how we practice in Singapore for this part of it. But mind you, for us is that for a review work like that, we do charge in a sense for the work. I know because we all are, let's say for association, I mean, we are volunteers, so end up we a situation that we cannot be so many of these cases because then we are office work. So we do charge for such review work.
So you said you charge for reviewing the work, right? Charge from who? From association, from the party who come?
The parties,
who did something wrong.
Yeah, the parties come to us for review. Then we say, okay, you must agree to pay, and the institute will make sure they pay first before we do the review.
Okay.
Because otherwise you cannot get your fees after that.
Miss Lee, Teacher Lee.
Miss Lee.
I connect to one of the question already answered, but I would like to know, you say 10% is different. It means 10% higher or below.
Okay, if let's say I want to be very strict, it should 5 high, 5 lower. If let's say you take a mid-range, I understand where you're coming from. Then the only question that has been asked, but the court has not decided whether I do a 10% from the high end or 10% from the lower end, right? A 10%, okay, example is a 1 million, 10% from 1 million is 900,000, but the lower end, if 900,000 from the lower end, 10% is 990,000, right? You got a good question in the sense of that if I want to be technical about it, then in this case, the court hasn't come back exactly to say that we should be the higher and lower end, but to be conservative about it, then you want to look at it is that lower end and the lower end as a 10%, then is a narrower range, right? The lower end is a narrow range, but that's a good point because somebody else also asked me in the class, a student asked me about it. But there's no precise ruling that the 10% starts on the higher end or 10% starts on the lower end. But for me, if you look at this kind of case, I'd rather look at 5% from, let's say your valuation is, let's say a case is I use number 950,000, then it should be 5% above 950,000 and 5% lower 950,000. So actually, the number is 950 is used as a reference point. You got a good question. The court hasn't come out, the precedents haven't come out exactly to say 10% for higher end or lower end. There's no such court precedents yet.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Excuse me, Madam Lee, could I call you Madam?
You can, it's fine.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you for your session nearly the whole day. So I would like to connect with the question that he asked you about the guideline, how to create the value accurate one and then the correct one. And then your answer is number one should be think about purpose, whether the same purpose. And number two should be can be different about 10%, right?
Yeah.
And number three is based on senior valuation, senior valuer to double check on the report, right? On the final value, right?
Okay, sometimes you will come back to us. Yeah, sorry, continue from the, yes, you basically I'm saying first you look at the purpose of the valuation report and look at content of the valuation report, whether the purpose is different, the same. Then of course you may look at what the comparables, what is the difference, where you can find some differences. Yeah. Then of course, if let's say that then the question is that whether the difference, what is the range of the difference? Yes. The third point, I mean, these are basically the 2 points. Then the third point I mentioned is if the case that they need to do an independent review, then they can appoint independent valuer to do the reviewer of this case.
Yeah.
So that means both parties agree and then come up agree to one value for that.
And my question would like to connect with that question that actually we would like to make sure for the senior valuer whether they double check the final value by experience or by market value.
Sorry, the last, your question is by
we would like to know how senior valuer he double check the final value that they think that is acceptable.
Oh, that means basically the other way around is you may want to ask them what's the process, how they come up with value, right? So that means basically if let's say you come from the association itself, then you may want to call them to say, if this is a case of dispute, right? As a case of you need to mediate between the two valuers, then you might ask them for the process, how they come up. Did they do the process incorrectly? And you ask them, let's say, if we use the method of valuation, let's say it's direct comparison method, then you ask them for comparables, both sides, and then you check whether the comparables are correct or not correct, or somebody use comparables that way. Okay, that is you use direct comparison method. If we use income methods, then you see whether the assumptions are correct or not, or they become bullish. One may be very bullish in the assumption they make, or the other is more optimistic in more so-called less bullish, more pessimistic towards assumptions. So you can look at it, and then from the expertise of the independent reviewer, you say, okay, in this case, what is your opinion in terms of the position, even comparables, even how the assumptions we make on this. That's how you can go. Yes.
Okay. So you mean all the expertise, right? So that means the senior one, he have his experience, and he also based on the market value or what?
No, he based his experience, but you see, experience he must just put assumptions. You can experience, you must put in assumptions, and your experience but your assumptions are not right, then something is wrong, right? That means so you have experience to understand, we are experienced, but then you also must look at market information, whether your experience is what is your assumptions you make. And your assumptions are based on some facts, but your experience but your assumptions are wrong, the value can go wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So how can we make the right assumption? How can we make the right assumption?
How can we do it? That means basically okay, it's a chicken and egg issue you're asking us. I mean, you have experience, right? Then you know that whether it's right or wrong on this, and then you need to have market data to support it. The assumption, right? Your experience, but you still need market data to support that, how the assumptions to be made. You cannot experience, but then you say, I say 20%. Then you must be supported by market data on this one, your assumptions. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great.
Okay.
So it for the senior one, they base number one is about market data, and another one their expertise, their experience on that.
Yeah.
Because I heard some that for the study, they said they just know they mean in Cambodia we call block or area. So they just know the area and then they can make the right assumption on that. Yeah, the value. The
Well,
market
sometimes it can be quite dangerous, but it must be back up. I can, because you just say like that, then you don't back up, and you know the market is very intelligent now. The people are very intelligent. So if you don't back up with facts or information, then you find that you just experience might become doubtful expertise.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So the ending question is whether it also depends on the economic growth, like Cambodia situation or the economic down or up or what?
Yes, the property market conditions, the economic growth, the economy of the country does affect your property market condition. It does affect. So all these affect finally what is the so-called the demand and supply, the competition, demand, how the market, the participants will behave in the market. So these are things, yes, affect the value.
Okay. And then this morning, I also hear what you share in Singapore during this COVID. The price of the real estate not down. Yeah. So whether the demand still have or what? Why not down?
Yeah. So it's interesting that demand went up is because when we are in COVID situation, then we are trying to rationalize why is this happening. It's because everybody stay at home. So when you stay at home, that means you need bigger space. When you go to work, right, you only sit at home at night time for dinner or this thing, so you don't feel. When everybody stay at home, you rub shoulder. You're so close, and then may find that now I cannot, you know, we cannot be having the office do Zoom call in the same room, right? It'll be disturbing. We need another room. Then the children need extra space. Before that, children go to school. So maybe now you need bigger space. That's one thing that in Singapore context. The other thing in Singapore is that because some of them, they want to buy new, they sold their flat, they want to sell, they need an extra space, and then they don't want to wait for the new flats from the government. They want to buy now private property because they need a space. So they actually end up, they go to the market to buy, or they find that to wait for the government to complete the project is too late because there is a delay in the completion of projects. So end up, suddenly the demand goes up.
Okay.
So when the demand goes up, that is come that people will try and buy. And when demands got, it means there is a greater competition, or the supply curve will move up, and then become the price will go up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much, Madam. Okay.
No, my pleasure.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Last call before we call it a day, and then we meet.
Madam Lee?
Yes.
Because Cambodia, we really don't have any one of the real valued price that we can compare between the early year and the last one. So does your country have any price that valued by organization or the government that we can compare when the company need to valuate it?
No. This is what to compare the property prices, is it? The prices?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I must say Singapore, in a sense, we are very blessed. We have databases where we SISB also buy from the government and sells it to the valuers, so we can get historical databases. We can get historical prices and current prices of properties that is being transacted. Transacted prices, that means it is sell in the market. We have that. The only type of data that is not very easy to get is rental information. Rental transactions in Singapore is still quite difficult to get exactly that unit, that property itself. But if we talk about a transaction, a sale of a property or purchase of property, SISB does get data, buy data from the government, and SISB will sell it to the valuers on this part of it. So in that sense, we are blessed to have this data availability for capital valuation on for properties. So if the government can, this is probably association, the work the government and how to collect this data, and then from there sell the data. That is the thing that you can look at. Singapore government keeps the data because Singapore transactions are now done. What do I say? When they need to actually submit the information in the database. So there'll be information about the transaction, the price. All this there's a database for them to enter it and to keep, and then they will sell this data to the private sector. So maybe Cambodia can look into this area of database collection, data collection.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. For that to have to that, maybe the institute or association can look at it, is that how to make sure that your some data, so-called the word entity, that means the data fields must be the same across the country. That should be not a problem. Like we have is that you must make sure that the house number, then the street names, and of course you have city, province, and all the various codes that you have, that I'm sure is all standardized, so that when the data is collected, you can see straight away which province, which city, which streets, which type of property itself. I'm sure you will get there, because now technology is so advanced, and everybody's going to that kind of level or situation that some country, if let's say the association may be the first one to collect as much information and then create a database from there to be used.
Madam, one more question, Madam.
Sure.
Yeah. How does the government project affect on the properties value?
When the government project, when we say maybe government builds houses or build those kind of properties, then it does affect, because if government build, you say government projects. Do I hear government project is the okay? Maybe look at government projects where you build properties for users. It definitely increases the supply, right? Increase the supply, that means basically if demand is not increased, your price or value will drop. That is like residential properties you're talking about. If government have projects where you got a lot of construction activities or this thing, you are actually indirectly that you're creating jobs for your people, own country people. So in this case, when income and savings go up, that means the people can be richer, can afford to buy a property, buy a house. That in this case is a kind of demand come, because the income and savings are there for them now to be able to invest in or buy real estate. So indirect way in the same project, because you create jobs and this thing, we got jobs, that means I got income, I have income, I can go and buy a property. And then that way, then you increase the demand for the property. If we talk about projects, maybe projects not relating to actual spaces created project is that to create the jobs. And when jobs comes, there's more income and savings, and people can afford to buy properties. Affordability is there to buy the properties.
So does the government project have bad effects on properties?
In a way, it does have effect. As I say, if a government projects that like creates activities and create jobs, it does affect. It will actually help the economy, because when government have projects that create jobs, and you create jobs, and means you increase income and savings of the people, right? So for that matter, if you have that, then you can actually able to buy, you become more affordable for you to buy a property. And that's part of it. So that is, when talk about government projects, that's not related to like building houses for the residents. Singapore, if you situation is that they have a government department that build houses. We call the HDB flats. If the government build HDB flats, that means they increase supply of flats. That means private sector properties may be affected. In supply increase, in this case, is the residential properties number of units increase. Then when the number of units increase, the value, the price will go down. That affect in the reverse way. If we talk about that, but at the same time, you must say that when government build a flat, build apartments, they also create construction activities. Means also create jobs. So there is this whole system that it may improve the whole economy, and may improve the whole economy. That means the people are more well off. Then when they're more well off, because they got more savings, more income, they can buy properties. I can say that when the economy activities improve, it does help in the property market.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, madam. I would like to have another question.
Yes.
Yeah. I would like to know the comparing method, whether you are going to share by today or another.
I'm sharing on Friday.
Okay. So another question, please. I would like to know about just now we talked about market data update, right? Backup. Yeah. So the market data should be updated. So if as you share in the slide, you said that we are not the eager seller, right?
Yeah.
So eager seller can divide it into one as a house owner, seller, and another one on behalf of we are the company that provide the valuation service to the customer, right? Can be?
No. Okay, when talk about a market value, a willing seller, willing buyer, the willing seller is different. The willing seller, in fact, if I'm the willing seller can be it had to be not eager, in a sense they have all the knowledge, they all the information, and they sell. A valuer cannot be one that's value his own house, so he cannot be the seller. Okay, he is independent, so it's a separate matter on this one. But when we say that to come market value, what are conditions for which when we dependent on value is, you must do a case where this transaction is carried out normally between unrelated parties. They have the information at a certain time. That is an assumption. They look at a transaction, the price, which we use as from which we come up with the so-called estimated amount of market value in the sense of that part of it. So the estimated amount based on assumption that normal conditions, that if this amount, this could be the amount that is been decided on, as if that there is going to be a willing buyer, willing seller to come in the future to exchange for this property. do I get it? Do you ever? Whereas we talk about a valuer, then valuer is a different person that cannot be the seller or the buyer of the property. Yeah.
So valuer normally is independent, right?
Yes.
So I would like to ask your experience to share the idea whether if we are on behalf of the company, the valuer to provide the valuation service, and
Yeah.
then we have a lot of competitor, right? So how we do to get the accurate price? Like, for example, company A, they provide the one price, one value, right? And then, yeah, and another one get another value. So it's a little bit different. So how we can, how can we be the independent one and professional one by giving the like nearly accurate the value one that our customer can be accepted and then satisfied with our service?
Well, I cannot answer you in a sense that way, because no two valuers will give you the same value. So I mean that, because as I say, only see acceptable between the two as a 10%. I think for them to engage your service, it's not so much just on the value part of it. It comes and first is how you conduct your wholesale, the professionalism of it. How do you explain to them how you come up with this value, and how you service them as a customer, as a service provider, how you service them, so that they understand what is your professionalism, what you can do. You explain to them what is a profession, what is your service, what can you deliver. For me, if I do a valuation, I will tell them what I can deliver and how I come out with the process. It's not because that the value is good, then I'm a good valuer. Not the case. Value good can be value good to the buyer, or value good to the seller can be different thing, right? So you must project your professionalism. You project how you service them, explain to them on that part of it. For me, that is customer will come back to you. I mean, example of cases is that maybe you have a case where customer asks you to value property A, but you already customer is a buyer. One customer X is a buyer, okay, and property A, but you just value for the seller, customer Z, which is a seller, right? And for property A, then you must tell the customer X to say, sorry, I cannot do for you. There's a conflict of interest. So they respect your professionalism, they respect that your integrity in looking at the case. There's people will come back to you for your service, not the final value that whether the customer like your value or not. That is very dangerous. You must explain that the process, how you value the property, and say this is how you look at it. And you need to explain why you do it on that. And you then you find that customer will come back to you. I mean, that's my experience. I mean, I tell them that, sorry, that is the best I can do in this case for you. If you're not happy, to me, I work the basis that in case you don't, I will do my best and do the best based on professionally. If you decide not to use my service, that's fine. Because they'll come back to you, they respect you for your professionalism. And then from there, they remember that, okay, you do this. Because there may be another situation where he may be on another side of the coin. And then if you keep changing because of what he liked, then you say, oh, this valuer change from A to B, B to C, zigzag. This is dangerous. That means there's no professional standard to do in the case.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I accept it in case buyer or seller act as our customer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I accept what your idea.
Yeah.
And another one, what you mentioned about the process of the service, blah 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 blah. All you mentioned about, I think it's a part of our service.
Yes.
But the most important is the price that mean the report, valuation report that they give, we offer to that customer should be nearly accurate and acceptable, right? Not too higher and not too lower.
Yeah, but you know, yeah, I agree. The best, the value that you give, I understand on this. You look at your assumptions and you look at your basis of valuation, the method of valuation. You do it professionally, then you give to them. Customers, how do you know accurateness? To me, I see that you've done your part of professionalism, step by step, look at it and give your opinion of value. That is, you've done your best. Because you cannot say it's accurate in what do I say is how, I mean, you accurate, don't know the accurate in a sense, but how they perceive your valuation can be different for different people. So what we as a professional has to do is that we make sure we do all the steps correctly. So we can answer whatever position we can answer them. When the way if we present is that accurate to that person they want the information, the way the value wants, that is may not be accurate because the person who see the value may not think it's accurate, right? Because yeah, you know, they can say, so that's not what I think should be the case. So the thing is not accurate, right? So you understand the principle of doing your work for them, you see. You may lose this case, I understand, but if your professionalism stands, they will come back to you. I mean, I know, for me, I notice that they will come back. They'll come back because they know that you stand on principles to do your work professionally.
Oh, sorry, my connection is something other. Okay, so yeah, what you say can be right. So for the I would like to share about in Cambodia, you see, the customer in Cambodia, what they think, the first one is they let us, so let me drop their quotation, like indication one. So if they did the indication, maybe they will be select, can be 3 companies, for example. And then they will have a question to us, another one. And the second one is about our price charges that will be compared. So I would like to ask you whether for the market data, whether we need to benchmark from our competitor or no need, just based on our professional and comparison method.
I mean, your Belgian motors will have data that are available to you, right? Your Belgian, I mean, you only can provide as much as the data is available to you. And then if you all can share data, that's good. It depends on the Belgian data that's provided to you for that mark of it. And then from there, you actually make your decision on that part of it. You can say that based on your data available, you look on this one. You just be open with them about this one. I mean, one day you hope that if the commercial industry, the profession, valuation profession, you get common data, then that is not an issue in a sense. Yes, some you are missing, some firms got more data, so they got competitive advantage, right? Then that in this case, it's for you to have this competitive advantage on this and try and get data as much as possible. I know data is a power. I mean, looking from the point of view is that, so you have to build up the database and then you sell that as a competitive advantage to the client, that we got data, we got information. That is from a point of view competitive advantage to look at the case.
And then when we see the competitive advantage, and then we need to look up to our data again, right? Market data,
right? You need to, I mean, in Cambodia, if let's say data is not common, then you really have to source and keep your data and have your own data bank.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Madam.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Any other questions? And those questions, then we will meet on Friday, Cambodia time at 8 a.m. again. Okay, and have a good day to y'all. Okay.
Thank you very much. See you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Bye bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
See you.